Okay, hello, everybody. Welcome to the People's Ascension, or welcome back if you are a regular follower. In case you have forgotten, or if you are new, we are a Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition tabletop RPG stream, or D&D 5e TTRPGS. Anyway,
Mhm.
we're back for another exciting episode. Long acronyms, they're always fun. Back for another
Are they?
exciting episode. Let's see here. So, last week, we ended with the group hunkering down in a bubble about to be stepped on, or hoping not to be stepped on, by a giant made giant automaton. So, we have that to look forward to today. Before we get into all of that, wanted to go over some quick announcements, actually. Not a lot, very quick, as we get into introductions. On top of what we are normally doing, I know I've said this before and a lot of things have come up, but I am getting into the start of the Behind the Screens series. The whole taking a look at how and why to run various games, not just D&D, but a sort of overarching you should play tabletop games, and this is why, and this is how, and here's advice, and looking at the gaming hobby and the gaming community from both sides of the screen, and how it helps to be a better player and a better DM, and I think just a better person. So keep a lookout for that. Probably not next week because I have a lot of things in the mix right now. A lot of cool surprises which are coming soon. But
Also next week is Thanksgiving,
next week is
so
also Thanksgiving, which we will talk about. Shouldn't affect this game, I don't think,
mm-mm.
because of course it's Saturday and by then everyone's slept off all the turkey.
And they're tired of their family.
Yes, yes. So there will not be an interruption to our game next week. Uh, but sometime in the coming weeks, the week after that, or perhaps the week after that, depending on all of these other things I'm shuffling around right now, look out for the first episode. It'll probably be fairly simple, just a general introduction and a real basic sort of why to play tabletop and what you get out of it, and setting expectations, because I think there's a lot of misconceptions about what it is, um, and how to play it and why to play it, and how easy it is to get into the hobby. Don't want to go off too much about that right now because we have a game to get to. Speaking of the game, if you like what we are doing, if you like the stories that we are telling, and you want to see more of it, including not just this story, not just behind the screen, but extra content that I would love to start creating. One-on-one interviews with the players about their characters, about how their characters think, how they were made, their backstories, how they interpret various things in the world, as well as background into what I do, things on my side of the screen, prep, and intricacies of the world, and various lore dumps. If you like all of that, tell people about it. That is number one. Go out, tell your friends, tell your family. Throw different links around your favorite Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop forums and discords and whatnot. Get the word out. The more the merrier. Our community is growing slowly but surely, and it's nice to see new people in the chat and in our follows list every week. And on top of that, follow and like and subscribe over on YouTube. I try not to get into that too much, but it does really help us out. And of course, you can engage with us by dropping a comment there, or more importantly, dropping by our Discord server, which is live. You can stop by and talk to us, talk to other fellow fans about what's going on in the game. And of course, there's Patreon, which has a lot of content I am waiting to drop, including a few after shows at this point, And as I said before, more of those one-on-one interviews and all of that stuff. A lot of cool things in the work over there. So if you like our stuff, check that out. If you think those are cool incentives for helping us out, sign up. We'd love to have you over there. Now let's get into actual introductions. That's enough of me rambling on for far too long. Taylor's over here rolling eyes at me like, come on, I want to play. I want to play.
I am not.
Yeah. All right. Sure.
I'm not. How dare you?
I just keep thinking I played way too much Borderlands because every time I hear like and subscribe, my brain immediately goes to like and obey.
Yep. Okay. Yes, introductions. My name is Jack. I am the DM of this show. I pull all the strings and I play all of the people that aren't those people over there.
That aren't these idiots.
I play plenty of idiots.
But
Anyway,
you don't play these idiots.
No, not normally.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, you can also find me in various places as like near levels, though I don't do nearly enough stuff as my own name. Usually just this channel, but I am looking to branch out. And speaking of that specifically, I have been invited by a new friend of mine to a Cyberpunk Red stream, so you can catch me out over at ELHMK1 on Wednesdays. I think we're having our first show this Wednesday, but check by the Twitter, and I'll probably put an announcement up there and in the Discord if you are in there, so you can come by and check that out if you want some Cyberpunk to go with the fantasy that I'm doing here. Anyway,
Yay, Cyberpunk.
That's all of my announcements. I am super excited for all of that, and branching out and getting to know more people in the community and playing Cyberpunk. It's going to be great. Anyway, we have a lot of other people in this stream that we are doing now. So let's say hello to our cast. Let's start as usual with Taylor. Hello, Taylor. You're the first on my Discord. I'm just going in. Yeah.
Sure. Sure, that's what it is. Yeah.
Just for me too, actually.
God damn.
too.
Why me? But anyway, I'm Taylor. I play Aquila. I am a Goliath blood hunter of the Order of the Lycan. You know, I'm a big fighter and pretty much always bloody. And I don't know. I can never think of anything interesting to say about my character at this point.
I mean, big, bloody stone wolf lady is plenty interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will be an interesting episode for everybody, but Aquila included, because she did something last episode that she wasn't technically supposed to do. So we'll see how that plays out. Stephanie. Hello, Stephanie. You are next on my list.
Hi, my name is Stephanie. I'm playing Sevgi. She's a human sorcerer with draconic ancestry. Very, very polite, very nice, but at the same time, she's extremely dangerous with her magical powers, and that's probably why sorcerers are put in lockboxes for a good portion of their life.
Mhm.
But
Locked away in the Arcane Census until they can learn how to control their emotion-based powers. Yeah.
yeah,
And then we find him in a swamp.
and yeah, I was also found in
Yeah.
a swamp.
I just love that detail that we found her in a swamp.
Not alone, so that kind of helps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most everyone else died, so I don't think that helps.
Yeah,
But I mean, it balances
yeah.
that. Highly suspicious. Anyway, Steven. Hello, Steven. You play this game too.
Hello. Yes, I do. My name's Steven. I play the half-elf warlock Ander. His patron is a far one named Zadok, who is a large, oily, starry being who lives out far beyond the stars. Being a warlock in this world is illegal. job description, let's say. Even more so than sorcerers, who are monitored. Warlocks are just straight up not allowed, along with druids, since generally they're interpreted to be evil. Ander is not. Ander is one of the good ones. And Ander has a familiar named Redna, who is a small little oily blob with a big brain in the middle, who can take on various shapes, generally all with a somewhat eldritch horror bent, despite being a very friendly and oddly adorable creature. Ander's also the reluctant face of the party.
And someone else facing possible, likely repercussions for coming out as a wizard or as a warlock last episode.
Yes, in thinking that initially trying to cover the party's retreat, he blatantly cast a spell, whereas before he had been hiding them. And then, thinking his cover was blown, he just went full on and decided to unload.
Yep.
So, summoned a small void of space and went all venom.
Yeah, yeah. More on that soon in the recap. Arlene. Hello, Arlene.
Hello, that's me.
Tell us about yourself, Arlene. Or Tali, I should say. Unless you want to tell
Okay,
people
so-
about yourself, that's cool too. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'll just talk about Tali instead. So, Tali is a wood elf tempest cleric who is a follower of Archelish, but more specifically, Saint Lewena, who was the patron saint of elves. Except Tali was but raised in a human orphanage, so she doesn't really know much about being an elf. So that's kind of something that she's working on. She likes to carve wood, hobby that she's also learning that. And yeah, that's kind of about it. It's Tali. Usually in a chipper kind of mood.
Yeah. Okay. And our newest addition to this particular party, Christian as Ohmn. Well, kind of, if you count Ogrid.
That's one way to put it, I suppose. Yeah, what's up? I'm Christian. I play Ohmn Kjartar, a mercenary veteran from Romvir. He is a Rom similar to Goliath's descendant, instead from Frost and or Ice Giants. New to the party, looking for new adventures and new experiences in life, and trying to make a name for himself in the People's Ascension. Spell-slinging, plate-wearing battlemancer, or a war mage for the layman. You know who I am, you know what I do, let's fucking do this. I'm ready.
All right. So, let's begin as we always do with a recap of what happened last episode to set the scene. So, who wants to tell us about what happened? Anybody?
I guess I can start.
I volunteer.
So- I got my notebook. So, let's see. We started. Oh, after the combat versus the catcher and the two cleaners, they were all possessed. We decided to find like an awning or something to take a short rest under. Ohmn asked Aquila about Lady Savica and why she even listens to her in the first place.
Aquila was her usual evasive self about it.
Yeah. Oh, and then that's when Ohmn and Ogrid both realized that their books were possibly in danger after being burned. Ohmn lost a lot of his, well, I think 75% is what it was. He ended up losing.
Lost most of his spellbook by being blasted by a very large breath of fire.
Yes, I can't remember the exact number. I don't think I wrote that down. But while Ohmn and Ogre were distracted with their spell books. Ander used, I think, detect magic on the fire to see where it was coming from. And turns out it was actually just an illusion because he stuck his arm in it and he was fine, even though his arm looked like it was getting all gross and blistery and dead, cooked, and just an illusion. So everyone got to just walk through it and be perfectly fine.
Another
So we walk.
warlock power completely bypassing one of my cool roadblocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good use of detect magic. It was great. Not knocking you for that.
Yeah, I like to break jack shit. Counter to that is I suck at combat.
And then Jack can break you right back.
And you just can't seem to cast an Eldritch Blast to save your life.
Yeah.
Bad warlock.
Can't have everything, you know? Let's see. We walked in. It was kind of dark in there, except for Ogrid's Bardiche and Aquila, the light spell that Tali cast on Aquila. We could see that red glow in the distance, which we assumed was the portal. There were, oh yeah, the room was like huge. It looked like it was carved straight from stone, and the columns were carved with like these design thingies, like humanoid creatures. Grid said that they were honored knights of the court of Roxana. I spelled court wrong. How did that happen? We continued on. The room was like super fancy looking with like polished gold and tile and stuff like that. In the middle, like I don't know if it was the middle room, but in the room there was like a giant pool of lava where Grid kind of took a knee right in front of. So we kind of followed his example and took a knee as well. Except for Ohmn. Ohmn did not. And then out of the lava came a very charismatic, tall, giant lady who was about 20 feet tall. And it was Roxana. Just popping out of the lava.
Specifically, to clarify, not actually a fire giant kin. A creature that your characters probably have not identified, but we can roll to see if they know. But it was in fact an Afridi.
Yeah, Afridi. I should write that down too.
Just not to confuse the description giant with the creature giant.
Yeah, not a giant. I meant giant like she was super tall.
Very large.
Very, very tall lady.
Actually, I believe her appropriate classification would be huge, I think.
Okay. A huge lady, then.
Maybe.
Yeah, but that sounds kind of insulting.
Everyone except Sevgi failed their charisma saving throws, so everyone was pretty much enraptured by this 20-foot tall lady who was, like, super pretty and super cool and charismatic. Grid did, like, the introductions. We introduced Ander introduced everyone because everyone else just, like, mouth open staring at this lady, I guess. I don't know. She, let's see, commended us for making it this far, blah, blah, blah. Told her about the fire elemental, gave her the gem. She put it in the lava, and the fire giant came out and then went home.
Fire elemental?
Yeah. Isn't that what I said?
You said fire giant.
I meant fire elemental, sorry.
Very different things.
Yeah. Fire elemental came out and then went home. And Roxana is like super impressed by our nobleness and stuff. So she kind of like initiated us into the court of Roxana. So now we are members of the court of Roxana. She gave us a little amulet thing that Aquila just like kind of snatched from her hand. Let's see. Oh yeah, a seal of Roxana. That's what I'm thinking of. And basically just said, hey, I'll do you a favor if you guys will eventually do me a favor one day in the future, maybe. So it's kind of like a favor for a favor type of thingy.
It was the beginning of an alliance, a partnership.
Yeah. Yep. let's see, talked about. Oh yeah, Ander asked her about the firewall. She said it was just a test because she knew we were coming. We decided to just kind of head back after that. Didn't really talk to her very much. We decided to backtrack. Did not go through the tunnel again because we weren't about to deal with that mess. We got kind of stuck and we were looking around for a pathway. Ollie found one. Ogred found some cleaners, and he was booking it back to us. Talia was trying to break through the wall that she found to help us all escape. But Ohmn decided to go meet Ogred halfway and get ready to fight, so we all ended up fighting the cleaners instead. Yeah, that's when Ander did his what is it? Tell me, I wrote it down. Hunger of the Dock spell. It kind of trapped them in cold and gave them both cold and acid damage. So he just kind of like, I guess, outed himself. Sure, that time. One of the cleaners ended up snatching Aquila and running, and Sebi killed that one. And Tali used create food and water to put Aquila out when she was on fire. She was put
And nearly
into
drowned her.
cleaners. Yeah, she's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Decided to continue on. Ogred and Ohmn were talking about Ander, but they were speaking giant so that he couldn't understand them. You know, talking about how he's like kind of freaky, like kind of, sketch. Ohmn wanted to tell the census, but Ogred was like, I'm trying to remember what exactly the conversation was. But Ohmn was considering telling the census because it was his duty. And then Aquila piped in because she can understand giant and she has great hearing. And then he started asking about Aquila. Ohmn kind of heard rumors about fighters like Aquila, so he kind of knew what Aquila's deal was. See, Ogred still thinks Anders kind of shifty, but Ohmn said that he wasn't really going to judge because he's had like a, weird past too. And that's when he introduced red nuts to Ohmn. That was fun. And Redna and Ohmn's familiar Savin. Right, Savin? Am I saying that right?
Yeah, it's close enough. It's spelled weird too, so.
Okay. So they were kind of checking each other out. Savin wasn't really the biggest fan of Redna right away, so there was that. We decided to take a long rest right there because everyone's exhausted. Ollie is double exhausted. So Ander cast Tiny Hut, and then we started hearing the giant, not giant, but like the super heavy footsteps, which we assume is a Sentinel. And Tali broke her lock picking kit. So,
Yeah. There
Yeah.
was a door.
You searched around for a place to hide and did find what probably would have been a very secure sort of basement hatchway, but couldn't make your way in.
Yeah.
Okay. That does pretty much cover it. Does anyone have anything to add to that?
I think I'm good.
I think we're pretty good. So, to specifically set the opening scene here, you have been traveling for, I believe it was just about 2 hours or so since the court of Roxana. Keeping in mind this is a vast cavernous space that this whole giant city fits within. So you've been traveling for a while, and the heat has definitely gotten to a number of you. You're sweating profusely, losing a lot of water. Tully can create some extra water if she wants to spend the spell slot, but you are running out of water, getting dehydrated, definitely hot, short of breath, and tired because you've been traveling pretty much all day. Maybe not as long as a usual day, just because the heat is wearing you down a little bit faster than usual.
And we've had 3 fights.
And 3 combats doesn't help. And important conversation with an important individual. So a lot of high stress situations in succession, on top of extreme heat. Well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So, to take a little bit of a respite, and Ender having already had this conversation with Ogrid and Ohmn about being a warlock and his strange powers, there was no longer any reason not to be as useful as you possibly could. Looked around for a place to hunker down and stay safe from the traveling packs of catchers and cleaners, and potentially sentinels. Found a nice large building that looked like it was fairly sturdy, despite quite a lot of destruction on what is the outskirts, or approaching the outskirts of this giant city. Likely dating all the way back to the original sort of slave revolt of the dwarves, however long ago that actually was. You found a hatch leading down somewhere. Unfortunately, Tali was not able to pick that lock. Lost her lock picks in the process. A number of the important little levers and mechanisms breaking inside a lock that was 3 times larger than her tools were designed for. So instead, Ender, you cast your oily bubble. Tiny Hut doesn't seem to do it justice. I'm thinking something more like Zadok's Refuge or something like that. A name doesn't matter. Big oily dome that your familiar retina likes to swim inside, being a oil-like creature or whatever the substance is. They seem to be able to move fluidly throughout what is otherwise a solid dome. And you were bedding down for the evening. You had gotten out whatever rations you had a quick meal. I'm sure continued discussions from earlier. Got out your sleeping bags or whatever it is that you do to end your evenings, and getting ready to turn in when you heard the stomping of a huge creature, a huge heavy creature, somewhere nearby. Hard to tell what nearby means. Knowing the size of this creature and how much noise they are likely to make. But you hear the stomping of this large metal creature on the stone streets, and see the ripples that the stomps create through the dome, the oil of the dome. So we'll pick up there at the end of what was going to be your day.
Everyone else noticed that too, right?
Yes.
Unfortunately.
I assume that was one of those sentinels you had mentioned before, Ogrid?
Sounds very likely. Yeah.
You can sort of camouflage the bubble, right?
Yes. Have it blend into the stone as much as possible.
Yes.
Which I think we discussed last time, but yeah, have it
Yeah.
take as much of the color and appearance as the stone around it.
I mean, it still looked like a stone dome in the middle
Yeah.
of the room or the corner of the room or
Yeah.
whatever, but it will look the same material as the rest of the building. Yeah.
Hopefully from a distance and quick inspection, it'll blend in.
Yeah.
thankfully this will also muffle any noises we make, though.
But we should still probably keep it down.
Yes. Yes.
If this is a normal Sentinel, we should be fine. They patrol the streets. They're too big to get into any of these buildings, and we have a decent roof over our head.
Yes,
Know
well,
how
I
far away
found
it is?
betting on normal's not the best option in our field.
Probably not.
But what if it is not a normal one?
If it notices us, it will try to kill us.
Okay.
It
So, let's just try to not be noticed then.
Can you tell how
Stick to
far
that
away
plan
it is?
anyway.
I could go out and look.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just stay here and we'll know soon enough whether or not it's passed on.
Going to be a long night after all.
So everyone gets quiet. I imagine just for your own comfort, you dim the lighting inside the dome, even though light doesn't get through. Everyone remains quiet and you just wait. Stomping continues on a rhythmic basis, getting a little bit louder as you assume it is approaching in your direction. And then you hear the crumbling of stone, and it's presumably falling onto the street below. And Ogrid peeks up at that, keeps an ear out, but the rhythmic stomping of this creature continues. He leans into the group and saying as quietly as possible, but if I whisper nobody can hear me, that is disconcerting. I mean, there's a lot of old buildings. Maybe the stomping alone brought it down, but I mean, they're programmed not to do structural damage. Aquila, make a listen check.
Okay.
I guess anyone else can too, but Aquila is the most likely to hear anything.
So we think.
You normally get advantage on
Oh, right. It should have been a
skills,
straight roll. I forgot.
Yeah, we have been a.
I forgot I was exhausted.
Unfortunately, that would mean the 9 sticks.
Yep. It's fine. Oh, it's fine. What it is.
Yeah, with how tired everybody is, and how focused on just remaining quiet, you don't notice anything more than the continual rhythmic stomping of this creature in your direction. Until you can feel the ground start to shake. It was one thing when you noticed the ripples against the oil in the dome, but now you're feeling that reverberation in the ground itself.
Do I remember seeing any, or well, I guess I can still see through the room.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other exits other than it not in the direction of said Sentinel, or not in the direction we seem to think it's coming from?
Mm-hmm. I would imagine you would have explored this building as much as you felt comfortable with. So you're kind of in a sort of generally L-shape, or maybe more like P-shaped room, minus the hole in the center. Off in that corner there, and it looks like there is another room off to that side. and another room behind that. It looks like at one point this was some sort of functional building, probably not like a residence, a domicile, maybe some kind of shop or something. You don't notice any exits that lead outside of the building. There's other rooms you could go into, but the front entrance that leads out to the street you just came from is the only readily
Are there any
available
windows?
doorway.
Oh.
Yes, there is a window, but it's also facing the street, and it's like 8 feet off the ground or something.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me another listen check at this point. Regardless, you can tell that this creature is close because you can feel it. We're gonna have one of those days.
Apparently so.
Okay. Yeah, Akila, you feel like you're hearing something. Something like the crackling and popping of fire. But it's something that has always been sort of echoing about the cavern this entire time you've been here, because there's fire spirits flying all over the place. Tali, you do pick up that this is louder than you, not having the lupine ears of Aquila, haven't really noticed the constant low echo of crackling fire, and you can definitely pick it up now. And as the stomping continues, the crackling grows into a sort of roar, as
God.
it sounds likely that this sentinel is housing some greater fire spirit.
Yeah. Okay.
You do this to
All
us.
right. Yeah, I was just thinking, wouldn't it suck if this thing was fire possessed? I didn't say it out loud because I didn't want to speak it into existence, but it's already happening, so I'm like, you know
Yeah,
what?
I mean, I was pretty sure it was, especially the moment that Jack had awkward bring it up.
Yeah.
It's gonna be one of those. Okay. Fire possessed. Fuck do we do?
Well,
I mean, I can shatter it,
let's
or we
not.
can run.
I
Oh,
don't know if that's going to be a good idea.
I mean, theoretically, we're safer in here than we are out there.
Would it even notice us?
Not unless we give it a reason to trudge straight through this building. Probably not.
I
We
don't
could
think we have.
continue to try to wait it out.
I don't know
My
that we have
worry
any
is-
better options.
That's very true. My worry is we haven't exactly kept a low profile here.
Hmm.
It would be
And-
tough trying to outrun this. I don't want to
Yes.
suggest that lightly. We are probably safer here. But if it stomps straight through that wall, we'd be in big trouble. It's a risk either way.
Mm-hmm.
Unless there's anything you guys can think of to tip the scales in our favor.
I have a spell to make us extra quiet.
Would we have had enough time to count as a rest yet?
No.
Or no?
No.
Okay.
Well,
Short rest?
short rest.
It would be
Yeah,
an
short
hour at
rest.
this point.
It would take an hour because you did already take a rest earlier in the day. So, no.
Mm.
Then no. What we have around us right now is the best defensive abilities I have left at my disposal.
Mm-hmm.
I expended most of my energy during that last fight.
Well, unless someone can find some sort of distraction, send it a different way.
I suggest we just stay very quiet and don't give it a reason to bulldoze this building.
As you hear a few more of these stomps, you again hear the smashing and crumbling of a stone wall, closer this time. You hear a scraping sound of stone on stone.
How fast are these things, Ogret?
They're large. They have a large gate, but they're heavy and awkward, so probably not much faster than we are at full sprint. If we want to run, it'd probably make ground on us in short order, but they're not nearly as fast as, let's say, the catchers. A lot
That
heavier.
would make sense.
However, we have to go around buildings, and they don't. They can go right through.
Yes.
I'm still of the mindset that
Anyone who wants to can give me another perception check, another listen check.
Might as well try.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it
There
is.
you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Akila, you're fairly certain that last few steps is starting to grow a little quieter. It looks like it has passed by your immediate area, probably just outside on the street, but is beginning to stomp away from this particular building.
Okay, I would communicate that quietly to the group.
Yes.
Seems that we may have avoided trouble.
You
But
also hear with a 23. Yeah, I'll give it to you. You can definitely tell as it passed by. Not only did you hear the stomping, but a roaring bonfire, echoing through the metal of this creature. Definitely flame possessed. But you also feel like you're picking up the sound of fires in different directions.
it has minions? It has things searching with it.
Are you looking for us?
Would make sense. So it seems to have passed for now, but that doesn't mean we're really that safe yet.
Well, we all need a rest, and I still don't think you can make it past or make it through, so I say we try to get some sleep and see.
I would say leave someone on watch, just in case we need to get up and run quickly.
Sure.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. So how are we doing this watch situation? And more importantly, those of you who have heavy armor, are you sleeping in your armor?
I think only one of us has heavy armor. Or two with the augury.
Well, I think medium armor also has a detriment to you sleeping in it.
Well, does it count if I technically don't sleep?
It would hamper your meditation as well.
Oh, okay.
Nice try.
It was a reach.
Yeah.
And I
Does
did
it really?
anyway. I mean, I guess it's hard to meditate with all that weight digging into your shoulders, you know?
You can't get comfortable.
Yeah. You gotta be comfy to meditate.
We practically live in this stuff anyway.
But I guess I can volunteer to take first.
Like, I feel like I should take off my armor, but I don't want to. 'Cause I'm scared.
It's something that comes up so infrequently that I don't remember the rules for sleeping in armor off the top of your head. So I'm trying to find them, which is probably something I should have looked into before the stream.
Yeah.
Once again, purely theoretical at this point, since we've never had it tested. But the dome should be impenetrable. In theory, if we needed to fight something that was already aware of us, we would have whatever time we needed to put on armor.
Oh, it's in Xanathar.
Yeah.
Sleeping in light armor has no adverse effect on the wearer, but sleeping in medium or heavy armor makes it difficult to recover fully during a long rest. When you finish a long rest during which you slept in medium or heavy armor, you regain only 1/4 of your spent hit dice. If you have any levels of exhaustion, the rest doesn't reduce your exhaustion level.
Okay.
I would still be 2 levels of exhaustion.
Yeah, so you should not. You should probably not.
But Ander brings up a good point. If the dome is in fact indestructible, this thing could stomp on it all at once, while you spend half an hour getting your armor on.
Yeah, if there is a building around us. That's the real concern.
Oh yeah, Talia has no choice. She has to take off her armor.
Okay.
Yeah.
She only has
You
to
always have a
meditate
choice.
4 hours, so hopefully.
I know, I guess I do too.
Yeah.
I mean, I should.
I know I brought this up on the road on the way here. I think it would be wise for 2 people to stay up.
I don't disagree with that.
I know we have the protection of...
I assumed that was the plan, but...
It does make sense.
Yeah.
You just let me know when you want me awake.
Like I said, I'll volunteer for first.
Yeah, Talia usually volunteers, but she's exhausted.
I was going to say, Talia can meditate through first watch, so she'll be refreshed for second and third.
I'll stay up with you, Ander. Way I can keep all my kit on.
Works.
Fair. I'll take second. Or, I would like to take third, actually.
Sure.
who else is going to take second then?
I guess I'll
Take
take
second.
second.
Well, no, I mean, I figured Tali was going to be doing second
Oh, right.
But okay, so
I mean.
Sevgi
Yeah.
seems reasonable.
Yeah, I'll take second watch with Tali.
Cute.
Cool.
Tyler, are you doing your normal 2 watches? You're gonna do third as well?
Yeah.
With Aquila?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be refreshed after 4 hours. Well, she'll be. Oh, that's right. She's still gonna have 1 level of exhaustion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot. I keep forgetting that she has 2. She'll still be better off after.
Yeah.
If
At
you
least this way I get all
had
my movement.
if you had your nice Dreamweave pajamas.
I've still got that. I've still got that thread.
Fabric.
Yeah, the
There.
fabric. Still got that fabric.
Yep.
Gotta make that into something.
Yeah, we do. We need to.
Okay. So, as you are having this very hushed discussion and setting up very hesitantly trying to fall asleep and calm down and get your rest, you can hear as the Sentinel takes several more loud stomps away. And stops. You don't hear it continuing on, but you also don't hear it continuing on. However, it does get quiet. You can continue to hear the crackling of smaller fires, seemingly moving in various parts somewhere around you. Aquila being the only one to be able to pinpoint. Probably somewhere back there. Don't know the distance, but somewhere over there. Oh, there's one moving around over there now. But everybody but Ander and Ogrid try to calm down and get some sleep, knowing there's a 25-foot tall or so metal monstrosity that's on fire a few hundred feet
How are
away
we
from
supposed
you.
to sleep?
But it eventually does get quiet enough for you to calm yourself down and get a very restless sleep. At least for now. Ander, because Ogrid as an NPC is not going to make this roll. Roll a d8 for me.
Ew. Creepy
Alright.
rolls.
Okay. For the few hours that you stay awake and continue to keep watch, though there's not much to keep watch on. You can keep an eye on the doorway that you can see through the dome, but that's about it. You don't notice anything happen. You don't see any of these fire spirits fly by. You don't see the large hulking legs of a huge metal creature stomp by. You don't hear anything. It seems that throughout your watch, nothing has really changed. After what seems like far more hours than you expected it to be, and far less hours than Tali and Sevgi thought it was. Eventually, it is their time to relieve you of your watch duty. Tali probably has a better grasp of time in her meditative state, and can reluctantly bring herself back to full consciousness, despite you feeling still quite tired and fairly exhausted.
At least I got my spells back.
I assume, with the situation going on, there is not going to be much conversation.
No, none.
Very quietly whispered, nothing happened. Then, yeah, tuck myself in somewhere and attempt to get some sleep.
Mm-hmm. I assume, Tali, you wake up Sevgi.
Yeah.
And you two can spend the next few hours keeping a lookout. I will point out, since Sevgi does not have dark vision, you can see within the dome just fine, but you really cannot see anything outside the dome.
Okay.
I
Tali,
feel like
however,
we're
that's
probably
not a
more
problem.
listening than anything anyway.
Yeah,
so.
there's not much to see outside the door, and you really can't even see outside the window because it doesn't begin until 8 feet up the wall. One of you go ahead and roll a d8.
Oh. Okay, do you want to roll the d8?
Sure. I don't roll often, so I would love to.
Go ahead.
Who wants to be in charge of the fate of the party right now?
Oh god.
Okay.
Oh god.
So if we mess up, I
Okay.
don't know if that's good or bad.
Okay. Yes, a couple hours goes by, or what you assume is a couple hours, and you see Sevgi. You probably notice this even more than Tali does, because for a little bit you detect the faintest glow somewhere near the window. You can start picking up a light orange light, as presumably some fire spirit flies by in that direction. And you stop and hunker down and get ready to wake everybody up, and you notice the light pass on by, and it grows dark again. And then you hear more stomping.
So she just
Away
kind
from
of
you.
waves to tall. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Never mind.
Yes.
Takes back.
You're about to freak out because you haven't heard any of this stomping for probably a good 4 or 5 hours. And then it starts up again, and you're about to freak everybody out, and then you realize it's probably moving away.
Everybody panic! Wake up and start panicking.
And you hear another crumble of stone falling onto stone, but again a little further away. Another half hour or so passes, and a couple more stomps, and you hear another crumbling of stone on stone. Maybe a little further away than the last time. And a few more stomps, and then it grows quiet again. But for now, you seem to not have been realized.
Well, I didn't roll that.
Worst night's sleep ever.
Yeah.
And again, for what feels like ages for Tali and Sevgi, but not nearly enough time for Aquila, it is time for Sevgi to head back to sleep and try to recuperate, and have Aquila get up and take watch.
Fine.
I'm gonna fill Aquila in very
Yeah, I was gonna
quietly.
fill her
on what-
in. Yeah.
Yeah, because Seb has to do it. I didn't hear nothing. Just kidding.
Yeah. How did you not hear that?
Well, Sebgy probably heard it better.
Yes. Fair. Okay. Fortunately, they can say it very quietly to me.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Or heck, they could just mouth it. I can lip read now.
Cool.
Yeah.
So, Aquila relieves Sevgi of watch duty, and Sevgi, you can Try to calm yourself back down after that adrenaline rush of hearing the stomping once more. Try to calm yourself and get back to sleep. Let's have one of you roll yet another d8.
You want to do it, or should I?
I'll do it.
Okay.
But I'm gonna blame you if it's bad.
No.
I'll do it, but I'm gonna blame you. Okay.
Well, she's too chicken to do it, so I get to
I
blame her for that.
am.
But there's my roll.
Okay.
Been all even numbers.
Hey, what's up with that?
So, for the rest of the night, the few hours that you are on watch, again, you don't hear anything. You can pick up the continuing crackling of smaller flames as they move about the area a little bit further away than what you remember hearing when you went to sleep. But you don't hear any stomping, you don't hear any more buildings crumbling. It seems for the few hours that you are on watch duty and Tully continues to be on watch duty, nothing else happens. But that also means nothing else has happened.
Yeah. There's good news, there's bad news.
So after about 10, 12 hours or so, because staggering 3 rests, everyone feels recuperated enough to get back up and get moving. I believe a couple of you still have, I know Tali at the very least, but did anybody else have another point of exhaustion?
No, I just had the one.
Yeah, I think.
Just one.
Okay. Okay.
Alright, I no longer have exhaustion.
And in theory, we should have reset the heat counter as well.
Yes, the heat counter also resets.
Yes.
Cool.
And also, I'm back up to my max HP.
Well, any of you who slept in your medium or heavy armor, though I don't think anybody did. Ogrid did. Ogrid slept in his armor, so Ogrid only gets a quarter of his hit dice back. But I don't think that's really a big concern for Ogrid. Did anybody else? I believe I know Akila said you were taking off your armor. Tali, you said you were taking off your armor.
Yep.
Ohmn. I assume you took yours off as well.
I think so, especially after it was decided Ohmn wasn't getting a watch.
Right.
Was pertinent.
Okay. Let's see here. Yes, because he did spend some of those, if I remember correct. He gets that. And he gets that back, and he would spend at least some of those. Let's see how Ogrid is. He doesn't need to spend those. That's not how that works. Short rest, you get all your HP back. All right. Long rest, you get all your HP back. Cool. So, everybody but Tali is feeling a lot more refreshed for today. Ohmn, in particular, the dome being kept at a much cooler temperature. Still not as cold as you would prefer, but not the 120 or so degrees that you've been traveling in all day. So you've had a time to reset. Everyone's a bit more comfortable. Everyone's well rested, and not exhausted, except Tali, who is still fairly groggy.
She's still a bit worn out.
Very difficult sleep, but enough to reset you. But you don't want to go through another night like that.
So, at the end of the last session, I know we talked about it, but it
Mm.
never came up this week
Mm.
because it is the inevitability that we will not talk to each other for an entire week between sessions.
Yeah.
Spell books and preparing spells and long rests.
Oh, yeah.
Have you made a decision or ruling when it comes to how that is going to work?
Yeah. Yeah, as long as you don't prepare new spells, if you keep all the spells that you had prepared the day before, and you just focus on keeping them in your mind, reciting them at the times you have, you can retain those spells and get your spell slots back. But if you want different spells, any spells you can't now prepare would be lost.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I figured the second half of that.
Yeah. Okay. And of course, I should mention, it also doesn't come up frequently, but it's never really been an issue. The Zadok's Refuge, otherwise known as Tiny Hut, does that last for 8 hours or 12 hours? I think it's
8.
normally
8 hours. Yeah.
So with a 3-part short rest, it would drop sometime in the middle of that third rest, but we never play that out. I'm okay with that, extending that to whatever the full length of your long rest would be. But as everyone is coming to, the dome recedes back into the stonework around you. And you're awake. The day is yours.
Oh,
It seemed to have gotten a bit further away, but I did not hear it go.
I believe Ohmn and Ogrid are the only ones that have heavy armor, right?
I think Tali's armor is
No,
technically
yours is
heavy.
medium. The wood is medium.
Okay.
That's why it's based on your dex, how armored you are.
Oh, okay, that explains it. Cool,
Yeah.
cool.
Well, the clanking of heavy armor as you put it on, Ohmn. Go ahead and roll me.
Oh.
What's something you can roll to put on armor quietly? Probably
Dexterity.
a dexterity.
Stealth.
Dexterity.
Either I mean, you could throw. I'd say you could throw stealth in there as well. Sort of the same, moving slowly and being cautious about what you're doing. So if you want to roll a stealth check with that,
It matters not at all.
Figured.
So I suppose I should ask this question.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I mean, I just roll a dex check. It'll be fine.
So
It should.
Are you still at disadvantage? Oh, right,
It's
stealth.
the armor.
Because the armor, the armor negates stealth. Well, as you are beginning that, and seeing that nobody else offers to help you put your armor on, Ogrid, likewise being a heavy armor user, knows just how difficult that process is, and will aid you in putting on your armor. So it takes a little bit less time, and he actually does help to quiet the plates as you fasten them together. And 11 is enough to put your armor on without causing all kinds of clanging, banging, and whatnot. There's a few times, especially Aquila, where it sounds louder than it is with your lupine ears, and you stop and sort of give them a look and try to hush them, expecting the stomping to continue, but it doesn't. Everyone gets armored up without any change.
Alright. So now we need to get out of here. how far away does it seem like we are from exit?
You're definitely approaching the outskirts. You are on the outskirts.
Okay, time frame-ish.
Yeah. I would say you're not far. And I believe I described last week that you were not terribly far. But with everyone being exhausted, especially Tali taking the hit to speed, you didn't want to push that last little bit. You could probably get out, moving fairly safely within half an hour or so.
Okay, because Tali has that pass without a trace.
I had the same thought.
Yeah, so
And
we
that
could
lasts
do
up to an
that and
hour.
then try to stealth out of here.
Yep, that is what I was thinking.
Yay, we were on the same page.
Yeah.
So, definitely had that thought too. My one proposal for that is that Tali's at disadvantage, Ogred's at disadvantage, Ohmn's at disadvantage.
It's still a +10 either way.
It is. There's also potential for really low rolls. The alternative is if we're half an hour stealthing, we're what, 15 minutes at full sprint?
I mean,
We
you
could try to
maintain
rush
full sprint for 15 minutes.
Fair.
But
Fair.
I mean, moving at normal speed, it would be about 15 minutes or so. It's probably too far away to do like a full sprint, as far as round by round by round, always using your dash action. But
we can just stealth until we have to sprint.
Yeah, I say stealth until it doesn't work. And I'll keep a listen out for things coming closer.
All right.
As you say that.
God damn it.
A little slower this time. It doesn't sound like it's getting any further away, but you're not quite sure if it's getting any closer either. Maybe it found a perpendicular path, you're not sure.
Oh, let's move and stop waiting, because otherwise it's just going to make things worse.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
So you're going to cast Pass Without Trace.
Yeah.
Okay. I believe that can affect everybody, and it would be weird for a stealth spell to have verbal components. So I'm sure
does
that
actually.
just fine.
It does.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, nobody ever plays that out. Okay.
That's.
Well, she can whisper it, because that would make sense.
To cast spells, you
I think with spells you have to say it with your chest. As they say.
So
you can still say it quietly with your chest.
They still have the meta magic feat that lets you like skip verbal and somatic components, or is that gone?
Yeah, Sevki does. Well, she doesn't have it currently, but she has access to it.
That is still one. Okay.
It's a nice one.
Yeah, clerics don't get that.
Yeah. Well, you're not a sorcerer.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Yeah, that's really weird that a spell that gives you a bonus on stealth requires.
Concentration up to 1 hour, so that's good. Plus 10
I can
bonus. Each creature within 30 feet.
Oh, there it is. Yep, 30 feet. Every creature you choose.
Yeah. I only choose us.
Okay.
Good. That's probably the best. It also silences us. Yay.
Yeah.
So, Tali, you take a leaf out of your pack, and light it on fire really quickly with a sort of flint and steel. I'm sure you have. It's in everybody's adventurer's kit, I think. Light the leaf on fire and press it against the holy symbol on your hammer, and let out a prayer to Lewena to soften the ground beneath your feet, and for the winds to carry the sound of your footsteps away from those who would seek you. And I'm going to make a perception check. and the spell goes off. You notice as you move, the stone seems almost it doesn't feel spongy, but you don't hear the clanking of your boots against the stone. There's a little bit of give to it. Still hard, but almost rubberized. Not that you would know what rubber is. There's a very slight breeze that sort of blows past you as you move quietly. The light around you sort of dims just a bit to help obscure you. You can feel the presence of Lewena aiding you as best she can in this endeavor.
She wants you to live.
I want me to live too, Lewena.
Aquila, really anybody who wants to, make another listen check.
Okay, I make a listen check.
Yeah, you actually have advantage again.
Oh,
Yep.
oops, that wasn't supposed to be a disadvantage.
Yeah, I'll
Would
take
have
the
been 11 anyway. Oh wait, yeah, it would have been 11.
Okay.
Yeah, I got 18.
Aquila, you continue to hear some more stomping. It stomps for a little bit and then stops, and stomps for a little bit and then stops. I'm assuming you're not staying where you are very long, but in the time it takes to cast the spell and figure out what you're doing and get moving, you can hear what sounds like a bit more of the crackling of various fire spirits getting a little bit closer to your location. You can't see the light from outside the window. They're not close enough to cast any illumination, so they're not super close. But you can hear them. What are you guys doing?
We need
Stealthily moving out.
we need to stealth on out of here.
Okay.
Why
Everyone
are you
roll a
so
stealth
broad?
check.
It's
Advantage.
my,
Because
That's
Tali still has
disadvantage.
disadvantage.
Oh god,
Yeah.
that's right for stealth check.
My
But the
exhaustion
plus
level.
10.
What I said.
yeah, so it's a 20.
Yeah, but plus 10 makes that a 20. Oh my god.
Wow.
There you go, Ander. Ander just disappears.
Oh, 30.
For once in his life.
Wow.
I'm probably
31.
stealthy with the spell
Oh,
before,
hey, we're
but
doing great. We're doing pretty
That's
well,
everyone else
actually.
can, like,
don't say that.
raise the average.
Shh.
Yeah, you say that, and now it's Ogred's turn to roll. Let's see here. He needs to roll at disadvantage. Yep, and stealth with a big old
Still
minus
21.
1. Not bad. Yeah.
Still 21. Everybody got over 20 when you add that plus 10.
Yep. Okay.
I'm amazed.
Yeah.
So am I, but I'm super pleased.
I was expecting a 1 from Ogred, Ohmn, or
Anyone?
Tali.
Yeah.
Or Ander. Well,
Yeah.
Ander just is prone to bad stealth rolls. Again, much like Aquila is prone to bad anything to do with charm.
Alright, so yeah, we're stealthily following Ogred to hopefully the exit.
Yes.
Yep.
Indeed, you are. So. Let's see here. Tali, did you roll at disadvantage?
She did.
Because
I did.
you
I
don't
got-
have to in Darkwood armor.
But she still has.
But my ability check.
Often.
But you are
She's
still
exhausted.
exhausted. That's what it was. All right. That makes sense. Okay.
I mean, if you want to take the 21 instead, I will happily do that.
No.
You know?
It's still, yeah, but you still got a 20.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so that's a lot of really high numbers. What do we got here? Yeah. 20. Andrew, I see you included the plus 10, so that's not a 37. That is a 27,
No, it's a
which is
20.
still
The
very
27.
good.
For Ander, that's amazing.
Yeah, that is.
Aquila, however, did get a 30.
Yeah.
Sevki, 31. Yeah, we are all doing just fine.
I know.
So,
Aquila and
Yeah.
Septic just disappear,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
which is really impressive for someone who's almost 8 feet tall.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you take a risk, bolting out I should say, probably not bolting, but moving as fast as you can while remaining as quiet as you can, out the front door and around the side of this building, down one of these alleyways. You do notice that there are fire spirits converging near the location that you are currently leaving, but none seem to continue following you as you move further away, closer to the periphery of this giant cavern. They are, however, continuing to move about. You can see after several minutes of travel, what you continue to notice, the sporadic stomping of this sentinel. Whoever wants to can roll a sight-based perception check to see if they can get a beat on where this sentinel is. It is very large, but so are the buildings around here.
Just one person, or anyone who's
Anyone who wants to.
got
Yeah.
Okay. Since it's sight, I'll stab at it, I guess, too.
I would
Tali
say
focusing on her spell, so
I would say Aquila and
Ollie.
Sevgi are pretty much blinded because Ogred's not going to light up his battle axe, and I assume Tali, you're not casting light. So yeah, Aquila and Sevgi are effectively blind. So I assume you're
I've got
holding
my
on to
hand.
people.
I was gonna say I've got my hands on
Oh.
someone.
I think I
Yeah.
did decently enough.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
oh, nice.
I should give you a disadvantage on stealth for that, but I'm not going to worry about it because even with a -5, which is about what stealth or disadvantage equates to, you're still with the +10. Yeah. A 23. Yeah. So, Ander, in particular, you do notice, after a while, the fire spirits that were converging back where you were continue to sort of spiral out. Not having found anything, continue to spiral out. It does look like they are actively searching.
Mm-hmm.
You can continue to hear the sporadic stomping of this sentinel, and as you pass by a break in one of these alleyways, or an intersection of one of these alleyways, you can make out a probably 25-foot tall mechanical humanoid-like creature, very broad and stocky. You can see that it was designed in the image of a fire giant, but even taller. You've seen a fire giant before. You fought one, and they were estimating somewhere between 18, 20 feet tall. This is clearly larger. And even before you notice the automaton itself, you notice the illumination from the blaze that is shooting out from any of the joints of this creature, any of the spaces between the thick metal plating. And this thing is not only huge, but is made of thick plates of metal, belching fire from every space it can. It does have a stout, almost square, thick head with vaguely humanoid features, including slots for eyes that have bonfires just shooting out of them on their own. You suspect with the height of this creature, the fire simply coming out of its eyes is larger than the campfires you make on a normal night's travel. And it continues stomping along, going not perpendicular or not parallel to where you are, but off a little bit of a vector, as this city wasn't built to any sort of grid system. It does look like it's moving in the same direction, but at a different trajectory, which will eventually vector away from where you were going. if you manage to avoid its detection. For now, you can continue moving, however. And this lasts for an hour. You do travel on. And moving slowly with stealth in mind, you are approaching the outskirts. You can see the curvature of this cavern start sloping down, and Ogrid starts attempting to weave you around more of these alleyways to get you back to where the opening breaks through and leads back up. I want somebody to roll another d8 for me.
Tolly, do it.
Sure, okay. I guess it's my turn.
Okay.
Yay.
That's not good.
We'll see.
I can blame Taylor.
If an
I only
8
had to
was
do it.
walked away, a 2 is not going to be good.
Probably better than a 1.
So, yes. You pick up that the stomping is beginning to get a little bit closer again. Whatever trajectory it has taken, it must have found another intersection, which is leading it back in your direction. The fire spirits that have been doing a sort of circular search pattern throughout the area are starting to approach. You are still very well stealthed, but they are on approach.
How far away are we from the exit at this point?
You are still far enough away that you would not be able to maintain full sprint to get to the end, but you're definitely approaching. And you would also be aware that there is a small gap between where the last of the buildings stop and the door out of this cavern begins. And as you have been traveling, the distance between buildings and, more importantly, the structural integrity of these buildings has decreased. The building placements are a bit more sporadic, and they are missing walls, they are missing ceilings. There is a lot more visibility in the direction you are going.
We need to keep stealthing for as long as we can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, definitely.
So let's keep going until we can't.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
At least need to try to get within distance of where we could just make a full-on sprint before we...
Yeah, that's my thought too.
So, you do manage to do so. You get to the point where you are just about to the edge of this city. Probably, you're not at the last of the buildings before you get to the break between the buildings and the wall of this cavern. But you're close. You are at a point where you're beginning to worry that there's perhaps not enough material obstructing your line of sight. Mm-hmm. You do, however, still have your pass without a trace. That does help, but there's far less to hide behind. And pass without a trace can make you a lot quieter and help the shadows to envelop you a bit more. But if there's still nothing to hide behind, you will be seen. So, I would like everybody to make another stealth check at disadvantage. You still have the plus 10, but you're at disadvantage.
Wait, there are a lot of people already at disadvantage.
In which case, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to stack for super disadvantage or anything, but anyone who,
Good.
otherwise would be rolling normally is at disadvantage.
What's that 2?
That's the 2 from the D8 that I rolled.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I just got... I don't know, I always do that.
Oh.
Wow.
Hey, Sevki.
Nice.
He does not want to get noticed.
Ooh.
Oh.
Not today.
Keel's not doing great.
Oh, no, shit. That was with the 10. Never mind. Fuck.
What?
Oh.
Oh,
But yeah.
I rolled a 2 and a 20.
yeah,
Mhm.
I know.
Mhm.
At least it wasn't a 1. It was not a 1.
Nope, but we're gonna
It's
have
not
to
red.
book it, basically.
Let's see. Tali, Anderson,
Yeah.
Keela, Ohmn.
But there was the thing, I was gonna say, it's like, basically, once we got to that, we needed to book it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as it's obvious that something's tracked
Yeah.
us.
Well, good thing about pass out traits is that you can't be tracked except by magical means. Of course, they probably do have magical means to track
I mean,
it.
they are magical.
Is in the sense of visually sighted us somehow.
Yeah,
and
tracking
we're-
pertains to, following your footsteps.
Mhm.
It doesn't make you
so they
invisible,
actually see us.
so they can still see you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, you get to the point where you suspect you're about 300 feet from the doorway. Anybody with dark vision can just about make that out. Still far beyond what normal dark vision is, but you can just about make out the detail of the wall as it hits the ground level. Aquila and Sevi, you are still effectively blind. I'm not even going to make anybody roll for this. As you approach this section where the buildings are less obstructive, you notice that indeed the stomping of the Sentinel has brought it back towards your direction. Not terribly far away from you. Probably 200 feet or so, maybe a little bit more. It's hard to tell because there are some buildings between there, and it's a very large creature.
Let me up and we book it.
I'm going to cast Longstrider on Ogrid first to help him catch
that's a
up
good
with
idea.
us. Because he's got
Does
Lower
Longstrider
speed.
have verbal components?
probably, yes.
So, as Aquila
Book it,
begins to
Longstrider,
broach that
then
it's
a light.
probably time to just book it, and you beseech Lewena to bestow some wind behind Ogred's back. I'm not even going to make anyone roll for it. You can tell, everybody, especially Aquila, you can hear a roaring of flame, and you look up and you see a small squadron of fire spirits moving in your direction. And Ander, because you had a beat on this thing, sporadically, but you rolled super high, so I'm going to let you maintain that. You can see the head of this fire giant figure.
We're made. Run for it.
Let me look then!
I light up Aquila and start
Thank you,
booking
this
it.
way we can see at least.
Okay.
And
Seeing that, Ogrid does the same. He slams his bardiche on the ground. The axe head erupts into flames. And we're gonna see if you can race this flame sentinel out of the cave. You do have
Not
quite a
cool.
distance on it, but you have been made. The fire spirits did roll pretty high on their perception and were able to communicate that back to the sentinel. And you can
They have walkie-talkies?
you see as you bolt out of cover and start making your way towards the exit of this cavern, you can see the sentinel begin moving in its normal lumbersome gait, but begin to pick up pace, hunch over into a run,
looking, I'm running.
and you guys are sprinting towards the exit.
How far away is it?
It looks like it's about 200 feet or so, but it is going to gain on you. We're going to break this down into rounds. This is going to be a skill challenge. So you guys are all running, and thanks to
No.
thanks to
Ohmn's
Tali
good.
bestowing increased speed on Ogrid, he is not slowing you down. Everybody is moving on average 30 feet or more. So assuming Aquila isn't leaving everybody behind, everyone is moving at a decent pace forward. So who wants to take care of the first action? Or otherwise present options?
I suppose I will take care of the first action. I'm going to see that everyone else has started sprinting away from this thing,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to do the opposite.
Said no to.
Sucks.
Okay, so just to hear it from your mouth, you are moving in which direction?
I am charging the Sentinel.
Okay, that sure, that's what I thought you were saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you doing anything in addition to charging to your certain death?
You underestimate. You underestimate my power.
Ogrid makes a grab for your arm as you are running back, but is not quick enough to grab you, and he kind of just turns back. Where the fuck do you think you're going? As he continues moving forward, but it's your action. What are you doing?
It's your life.
So, can I get within 120 feet of him without using my action to dash?
Your speed is normally 30.
Yeah.
Can I?
You would have to hold your action for the Sentinel to
Perfect.
approach into that range, but yes, before your next go, it would be in range, yeah.
Perfect. What's up, Andy?
In theory, like, would I have time to cast a spell and touch him as he's running by me?
If you want to make that what you are contributing to this skill challenge, I'll let that happen.
Yes. Is anyone else theoretically in touch range that I could, like, reach out, two hands, get Ohmn and anyone else?
Yeah, you could touch anybody else.
Okay. I don't know who the other most... guess Aquila.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
what are you bestowing?
Flight.
Flight.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
So me, Aquila, and Ohmn.
Ohmn, assuming you don't actively try to shrug off this spell effect, as you and Aquila start moving in opposite directions, you notice your feet begin to just barely lift off the ground, but yet you continue moving forward, and you realize you have the ability for vertical movement. This will give both...
Can I...
Go ahead.
Can I describe this real quick? Because I have thought
Yeah.
about this, actually.
Oh,
Go
no.
for it.
It's gonna be disgusting.
Yeah. A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, because as I touch both of them and myself, like, black, almost not quite made of tentacles, but kind of writhing, almost like the angel wings in Diablo, I kind of imagine, except made of not light, made of just dark, oily, starry material, erupts from all three of our backs.
That's no.
That
More
sounds neat.
visual than,
Yeah.
you know, functional. You don't need to, obviously they don't actually move air enough to,
Mhm.
but
Okay.
essentially it's the dock-themed wings.
As the three of you step, before you realize you are stepping off of the ground, you can feel this oily substance moving up your legs, up your spine, and erupting out of your back in these wing-like shapes. Very cold and disturbing, but helpful. I will say this will give advantage to whatever it is Christian's doing, and whatever, or I should say Ohmn, and whatever Aquila is doing. But that was your action as far as this skill challenge is concerned.
Yep.
So, back to Ohmn.
Well, I suppose that now that I have 60 feet of movement as opposed to 30.
Does that increase your speed?
Yep.
Yeah,
Gives
60
you
feet.
60 feet
That's
flight.
right, and that's 60 feet flight, yeah. So,
Yeah.
My hope is that
Yeah.
it will help him get away later when he needs to.
well, you said you needed to be within 120 feet?
Yes.
Yeah, you could fly up to 140 feet towards it. You will still need to hold your action for it to charge towards you. It was about 200 feet away.
Yeah.
200 minus 60, 140. Yeah.
Yeah, I am going to... yeah, I'm going to fly up there, get within a close enough range, probably high enough off the ground that it would notice me. And I'm going to be charging up a
Kamehameha?
Yeah.
I'm sure that is a reference that
Oh,
people
shit.
understand.
Dragon Ball Z.
I'll say Jason would gotten it.
And actually, Jack, I'm sorry, Aquila didn't get that.
Okay.
Fly, I was looking at invisibility had 2+ targets. Fly only has 1+.
All right, Aquila, you're SOL.
Sorry.
I would say, you're casting at 3rd level?
Yeah,
Okay.
I only have
go up
one.
to 4th.
I don't have 4 or
Do you?
3rd's all it's giving me for that one. So
Okay. It says in the book that if it's 4th level or higher, or it says right here if it's 4th level or higher, you add an additional target.
so sorry, it's a 3rd level spell. I'm casting it at my max, which is 4th, so it has 1 additional target.
Yeah, so that would be...
One, so it affects me, and then 1 additional target I touch,
Oh, I see. Okay.
which is Ogrid.
Okay, cool.
If I was doing
Well,
invisibility, I could have hit Ogrid and you, but that's
That's
less
fine.
useful, I think.
It's fine.
Okay.
You've never used it before, so it's fine.
Back to Ohmn again.
Sorry.
What are you charging?
Sorry, I just wanted to play fair.
Yeah.
I'm holding a magic missile to be cast at 3rd level for when this thing gets within range.
Okay. In order to move upwards enough that you are clearly seen, I'm going to say you have to spend probably a good 40 feet of that movement to get up out of the buildings.
Doesn't matter. I'm holding an action anyway.
Yeah, it'll close to you. Just not a problem.
Matter.
Yep. Okay. That is Ohmn. We will see how that resolves when it gets back around. Who's taking the next action? Or I will say we could go to initiative. We don't have to because I don't want to encourage combat.
I suppose the only other thing that I would do is as I'm leaving the group, Ohmn would yell out, "Go, leave me." That's the only thing that I would do.
Yeah, Ogrid will charge forward. He's like, your friend's fucking insane.
Yep.
And you continue forward. So I will put it to you. Do we want to roll initiative to see who acts in what order, or do you want to volunteer when each of you would like to take an action in the skill challenge?
I don't
Ander
really
has
want to
gone as
roll
well.
initiative.
So I've burned my action, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Nobody's volunteering, so we can go initiative if nobody. Okay.
Where do you find your carry capacity?
There's a formula for it.
Oh.
I mean, on D&D Beyond, it shows up.
If you set it, I think.
But,
No, it does it for you automatically. You
Yeah.
can go to your equipment tab, Stephen.
Oh.
click on weight
Okay.
carry, and you can actually see what your maximum is.
Ah, gotcha.
Everybody should be fine.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I could carry 480 pounds, so I'm fine.
I'm fine too.
Yes, I was trying to figure out what my lifting / pushing dragging was. It's 300.
But that would take an action.
Right.
Ohmn weighs more than 300.
Also true, even without my armor on.
I know.
Not really what I was
I
just trying to figure out if there's anyone I could speed up to the. Jesus.
Ooh.
I don't know that it matters.
Yeah, you don't get a turn anyway.
Oh,
You've already
Yeah.
used your turn.
oh man.
And with that initiative roll,
Yeah, there we go. I rolled a decent one. Oh shit, that means I've got to come up with things to do.
Yep. You're going first, whether you like it or not.
No.
I wasn't sure if I should roll just if there was going to be more than one run through this, but
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could include you.
since I'm going to be at the bottom ananyway.
But we'll see.
If someone can do worse
0.08.
than that, I'll be impressed.
So
I think everybody else has
yeah.
rolled already.
Yeah.
Aquila, you have some time to think. Sepki, you have initiative. So what would you like to contribute to this skill challenge? Which can be any skill or spell, anything you can think of to give yourself some kind of advantage for this creature which is actively gaining on you.
I wasn't ready. I'm like, dang it. I guess she's going to run, I suppose.
Well, you're already running. That's a given.
I don't know.
I know that feeling.
I mean, we'll say you can hold your initiative for when you come up to the end. That would put Aquila back at the top again, and I mean, we could cycle through as much as we want, but at that point, we might as well go back to the volunteer system.
Yeah.
That's it. It's like, I'm all martial focused, so if I'm not fighting, I'm running.
Well, think of things you can do with your martial ability that might give you an advantage of some kind. Aquila can do a lot more than hit things with a stick.
It's true, she can. I just can never think of it at the time. I'm a dumbass like that.
I will actually throw the Sentinel in here just to see at what point it catches up with Ohmn's action.
Well, at least
Sooner
it goes
rather than later. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Well, because you already acted, you would be at the end of the turn order anyway. So I'm just going to bump you down to a 6 to keep you, in the right spot.
Sure.
Good me, buddy.
Because this isn't really initiative. It's not like you got an action and then we rolled initiative. This is just to help you guys determine in which order you are going to do things. Because it's skill challenge, not combat. Yet.
Sure.
Hopefully. So, Sebgi, you can hold your action, put yourself down at the bottom of the initiative order after Tali. Aquila, if you wanted to, you could do the same, but then the Sentinel would go.
I don't know.
So, either of you two, if you come up with something. And I'll let you think for a little bit. Don't feel overly pressured, but
Too late.
think of what you want to do.
Start dragging Ander with me.
I mean, I'd see what you're trying to do, but that would effectively slow you down because it would take an action to move somebody else.
But also slow Ander down.
Yeah, actually, Ander's flying, so he zooms
That's
past
right,
you.
yeah. Look, I'm trying not to leave you behind.
Mm-hmm. Good thought. You think about turning around and grabbing his arm and forcing him forward, just as you see on the other side of you.
Never mind.
Him Superman past you, leaving this inky trail to dissipate behind him.
I don't need particle effects, damn it.
Too late. You've got them now.
We don't have the graphics card for this. Any way you can think of using a skill, any item that you might be able to use. Keela doesn't have spells, but I don't remember what your other abilities are off the bat.
Well, I can't use blood curses against these things anyway.
I don't think any of your blood curses would necessarily go off.
Not right now.
Not the
no.
ones that I remember you having.
No, not right now. But I guess, like, you know, my Crimson Rights are also just largely for combat.
Mm-hmm.
I could throw out an animal from the bag of tricks.
That is something you could do.
Might as well something.
I mean, we're trying to do anything that buys time and or speeds you up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well,
remember the environment you're in as well. You have your items, you have your skills, you have your normal whatever your capacities are, your class features, as well as any way you can interact with the environment. If you can think of an interesting way that releasing a largely uncontrolled animal out of your bag.
It's supposed to follow my orders.
It'll follow your orders. I mean, it could be like a badger or something. Which, I mean, it's up to if you can think of a cool way to use it. I am not saying it's a bad idea.
I know, it's one of those, like, if it was like the giant bat, then it'd be awesome. It's like, go up there.
Yeah.
Distract those things.
So it could be
But that's a 1 in 8
or it could
chance.
be large. It could be large. I mean, not
Well, no, it's a
technically large,
giant
but-
bat.
Yeah. I think giant bats are still medium, but not that it would be large enough to catch some sort of attention. But if it's much smaller than that, it's probably going to go unnoticed unless you command it to do something, useful. But remember, they still have animal intelligence. They will try to do what you tell them to do, but they are limited in both physical and mental capabilities, depending on what you throw out.
Yeah, I know. Which is, like I said, it's like, if I knew that I could get the bat, that would be one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, I might just have it fly up at fly towards the giant flaming face.
Well, that's...
I don't know. I want to be useful, but I feel bad at this.
Any thoughts from Sevgi?
Yes, but I'm unsure if I should do it.
What is it?
I don't know, what is it?
So Ohmn's 120 feet away, correct? And about how far is the Sentinel from the rest of the party?
Ohmn's not 120.
I mean, we're playing the whole mathematics game of the train leaves the station at 3 o'clock going 60 miles an hour, and Ohmn leaves the station going yada yada.
Okay.
So I mean, Ohmn flew in a largely upwards direction, and the Sentinel has yet to move within space of him. So Ohmn is effectively 60 feet away from you, because that's the distance he could travel. Whatever trajectory that may have been.
Okay.
The Sentinel is still effectively 200 feet away. It's closed a bit, being that rounds overlap each other by a few seconds, but not an appreciable amount.
I'm still unsure at the moment.
Okay. I'm super fine being lenient on these things because
Yeah.
it is high stakes. But this is a super quick. You're running for your life. So I'm gonna give you a little bit longer to think about what you're doing, and then the Sentinel's gonna start charging forward.
Yeah. I don't know.
I will spend some time thinking about what Ogrid will do, and that'll buy you some time.
I feel like I'm missing something really obvious.
Okay, I know what Ogrid is going to do. So, a few moments more.
Let's see. Trying to figure out the best way to slow it down. Let me see. And possibly damage. Could I possibly cast Storm Spear behind us to hopefully slow it down?
What does that do?
Oh, let me.
You can go if it's plugged into your Roll20. You can go ahead and ping it.
Mm-hmm.
Storm Spear. That's got to be in one of these other books. Storm Sphere. Okay. Let's see. 150 feet, 20-foot area, 1 minute. Let's see. 20-foot area, but it's a 20-foot radius.
Because the spear itself is difficult terrain, so that's what I was probably leaning towards, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't give any sort of restriction to the size of this creature, so it's apparently some very strong winds. So yeah, you can definitely cast that. Probably down at the maximum range you could throw it, 150 feet away, unless for some reason you wanted to be closer. But yeah, it would be a 40-foot diameter of difficult terrain that it would likely have to pass through.
Okay.
Okay. So you do that. Okay. How would I determine success or failure of what this would be? Well, this is a 4th level spell, which is the highest spell you can cast. And it reduces its speed by half for at least 40 feet. So I'm just gonna chalk that up to a success. Right off the bat, that's a free success. Okay. Let me mark some of this down. That was Ohmn, that was Ander, and that was now Sevgi. We have successes 1, and failures none yet. Okay. Sevgi, you turn around. You are continuing to run full sprint as fast as you can. Because we're not in initiative, I'm not going to worry about spending. You have to spend your action to dash and yada yada. You get to move your full 60 and do something. Which means Ohmn would have traveled even further, but still not enough because of diagonals and all of that. It doesn't change anything. Where was I going with this? Yes, Sevi, explain what happens when you cast Storm Sphere.
Oh, okay. Well, since we're running, I guess she just kind of holds her hands out. She's not using her quarterstaff at the moment. She's not worried about it. So kind of takes like a deep breath and then just kind of throws her hands up and and I guess what's the word I'm trying to find? I can't think of it.
Just bellows out whatever invocation you have to chant to get this going. So drawing on the fear and excitement of this welling up in your body, calling on that sorceress emotional based energy, you give in to the fear and to the adrenaline, and use that to belt out behind you, and the storm begins to pick up, following the boom of your voice. The end of that invocation, loud enough to sound as if a crack of thunder, and a breeze shoots it off towards the Sentinel. Ogrid, you notice this burst of wind that moves past you, ruffles you in the air, but doesn't cause you any detriment. As you notice, not terribly far in front of you, a mini sort of tornado begin to form in a sort of spherical design, not far from you and not far at this point from the Sentinel. As you continue to charge towards each other, now a small hurricane in between you. Okay. Aquila, anything?
I have a thought. Probably dumb thought. Gonna try shouting at it in Giant.
Okay. What are you saying?
Probably just start by telling it to stop.
Any elaboration, or are you just belting out stop?
Stop, hold where you are.
Okay.
Trying to sound commanding.
Roll either a persuasion or an intimidation check.
Neither of those are great. Makes no difference.
Okay.
Well, for me, that's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
I was just saying for me in general.
It's, that is high enough for me to actually have to set an actual DC. So...
Didn't have faith in me to get that high. It's okay, I didn't either.
You are speaking Giant. It's a different dialect of Giant. It's Earth Giant and not Fire Giant, or Stone Giant. You do speak it forcefully, commandingly. Yeah, that's not gonna work.
I didn't think so, but I was gonna try.
Yeah.
You do
Possible.
have giant blood in you, so thought.
It was a good thought. You were speaking the right language, but not enough context.
What?
It pauses for a second as it realizes commands in what is close enough to its programmed language. Slows it down a little bit, but it does not cause it to halt as you commanded it to do so. Little bit of gain, but it didn't completely succeed in causing it to stop.
Oh,
Okay.
it's better than I was expecting.
Yeah. Ogrid. Ogrid is running with you.
So has it gotten close enough? Has it gotten within 120 feet of me?
Yes,
it would be its
somehow
turn
I
after
skipped the
me.
Sentinel. So yes, the Sentinel plows forward. It does get caught up in Sevgi's storm sphere. But you do meet it just as it exits the storm sphere, or right at the tail end of the storm sphere. So you can release your
Magic missile.
magic missile. That's what they're called. Is there anything in particular you are doing with the magic missile?
Hacking this thing.
Okay, sure.
In the face.
Yep, roll
With-
In the face.
Good call.
With force damage.
Okay.
As you do with magic missile.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah. Magic force damage. It's just force damage.
And also, in doing so, I'm going to use my power surge to deal additional force damage to it.
Okay. All right.
Just 5 streaming bolts of bright pink force energy.
Okay. Yeah, fly forward and slam
I want to
into
ask about that.
the front of this creature, which obviously does damage. Magic missile cannot miss, except maybe with a shield spell, but it doesn't have the shield spell, so it plinks into its massive, thick armor, and it continues to plow forward. That would be your action. So, Ogrid, back to Ogrid, continuing to run forward, he turns around, facing the creature, of course, not stopping, simply looks behind him, and he is going to take his bardiche and actually flip it over his shoulder behind him in that general direction, and he is going to take out, he throws it over his shoulder and reaches into a pouch, and he pulls out a little wrapped like wax paper package, squeezes it in his hand and just sort of lobs it behind him as he beseeches Roxana to obstruct this creature's path with the blood of fire. And you see, as he throws this packet, it sails about 60 feet away, lands on the ground, and splatters out into a 20-foot... No, it doesn't say radius, it just says 10-foot square. A 10-foot square of grease in the path of the fire giant. Or the sentinel, the fire sentinel. Flame sentinel. Tali.
All right. Has it passed through Sevgi's storm sphere, or is it still in there?
It is just getting out of the storm sphere.
Cool. Right in front of it. How far is that? Because my spell has a range of 150 feet.
You're fine.
Okay. Yeah, right in front of it. It's gonna go from one storm to another, so I'm gonna cast Sleet Storm right there.
Okay.
It's you know what? I can just click it.
Mhm.
Let's see. Where'd my spells go? What level is this? 3. Hold on. There it is. Okay. Oh, sorry. There.
Okay.
Exposed flames in the area are doused, so hopefully that'll do a little bit of
Oh.
damage to it. But also, it covers the ground in slick ice, so it can fall prone if it doesn't pass the dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Okay. That 40-foot radius easily covers up the grease on the ground that Ogrid used.
Oh, right. I forgot about that already.
So that negates
didn't
Ogrid's
happen.
action.
All right, can I move it up out of the grease so we can pass through the grease and then pass through the sleet storm?
Sure.
Cool, I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
She wants to make sure Ogrid's efforts matter.
Yes.
Because if not, it would have counted as a failure.
Okay.
Because it would have been a wasted
Yeah.
action. Okay.
Fair.
So you pull back a little bit and cast the spell, creating another storm. This one sending down sheets of hail and ice. Okay. Ohmn and Ander have already taken their actions. At the top of the round, because there was a failure, the initiative for the Sentinel is just so I know when it catches up to whenever you guys are holding your actions. Because there was a failure through this round, as it moves, it knocks into or grabs a piece of the building and chucks a rock in your general direction.
Oh, dang.
A giant-sized rock in your general direction. It does have disadvantage. Let me...
Just for clarification here, is that the royal your? Because I am presumably
Yeah, you are the closest.
the one who has done damage to it.
You've done, and I will be completely honest here, an insignificant amount of damage to this thing.
I figured.
But I appreciate where you were going with that. Go ahead and roll an intimidation check. to draw its attention towards you.
Man, intimidation as a charisma skill really seems weird.
I know,
Most-
I hate that.
When most of our party I mean, I get it, but when the big people in the party do it, it seems weird.
I know.
Well, I have expressed previously, if
Yeah.
you're using your bulk and physicality to intimidate something, I would let you use strength.
Yeah.
But Ohmn, being a large creature compared to you, is still an ant compared to
Right.
this thing. Or a small dog.
It's almost worse.
It's not concerned with his bulk.
Yeah.
This is definitely an easier way to gauge success or failure of what you were trying to do.
Yeah, I guess.
Unless you have, if you want to suggest something else.
Mm.
No, I figured me literally putting myself out there as an obstacle between it and the group would have been enough. But I guess
It's 25 feet tall. It can bulldoze right through you, and you plinked it for
Less than 20.
less than.
I don't care.
Okay. I figured that was what you were doing, but this thing is huge, and it is enraged with a fire elemental. Okay, so that is it is another skill failure to chalk up there. Yeah, it throws rock. It is not concerned with you, I will say. As a reaction, because it does have to fly in your general direction, if you want to throw yourself at that rock, you can do so. But you would not get a chance to dodge. You would not get a dexterity saving throw. You would take full damage from the rock. It would prevent it from hitting anybody else, but it would hit you hard. Like, really hard.
It will kill you.
Like crit level so hard?
No. No. But it's throwing like a 6 foot or more chunk of wall made out of stone.
Yeah, I don't see mechanically how I would be able to do that, so I'm not going to.
Okay. I feel like I'm always disappointing you, Christian. Okay. Okay. Is there a way that I can tell this? Yes, I don't want this to show. Throw that rock. It shows anyway. Alright, sure. Okay. Yeah, it throws it.
No, it doesn't.
Wait, no, it doesn't?
Us,
Oh,
anyway.
cool. It only shows to me and the audience. So the audience can cringe along with me. Okay. I need everybody but Ohmn and Ander to make a dex save. Ogrid will also need to roll this.
Oh, God's sake.
Oh boy.
I was really hoping it was just going to target one of us, and I'd have a chance to be the target.
Because you have that thing.
Well, also, I was hoping that if I had wings, it might give me some advantage too.
Might. But if you took a blow, it's like you have that other thing.
Yes.
It rolled a 24 to hit.
Jesus Christ.
So none of you were getting out of the way of that. And I mean, because it's a 6-foot section of wall, it does splash to an area, and you are all running together. Again, this is not officially combat, so I'm not worrying about space by space. But let's see here. He grabs a large piece from a building. The rest of that building begins to crumble behind it, and as it throws, it lights this chunk of rock on fire and chucks it in your direction. Let's see.
How?
It's a fire
It's a
elemental.
fire elemental.
But rock.
Yeah. It imbues...
Yeah, Jack, what's your science explanation?
I can
I'm
give
sorry,
you a
I'm just
science
kidding.
explanation for it. I could I
No,
could give
I know that
Ander an
rock can
intelligence
catch on
check to
fire.
figure it out, but he's the only one who would be able to do
I
it.
mean,
I know why it works, though.
I guess
Yeah, no, I
paint
mean,
or
I know that
dust or
it
other
can.
impurities on the rock, it just doesn't seem like it would burn well enough to stay burning during flight.
It doesn't have to stay burning long.
It is likely that it. You could imagine that this creature, being mechanical, could excrete some of the grease from its servos to cover this rock and maintain its flames. Whether that's actually what's going on or not, that's among the most logical explanation you have. But nonetheless,
That's
a
fair.
flaming rock flies in your direction, and you, because you are flying, have moved largely out of the way. You are out of the radius of this thing. Aquila, Sevgi, Tali, and Ogrid take 24 bludgeoning damage and 3 fire damage.
I'm Stone's Endurancing that.
Okay.
I don't take 4 of that damage.
All right. So that's 20 bludgeoning damage and 3 fire damage.
Fantastic. How much was it?
Well, you said 24 bludgeoning.
24 bludgeoning, 3
I have
fire.
resistance.
You do.
Well, so that's 12 bludgeoning
That's
and 3
12,
fire. Neat, neat. Thank goodness.
Okay. Off to a rocky start here.
Rocky start.
Yep. Yep.
Good one. That one's funny.
Okay.
Don't make jokes when our lives are on the line, and you're the one who put them there.
It would be using all of its previous turns' movement to get out of the sphere. It would hit the oil and Tali's sleep storm in this upcoming movement, if we're thinking about it that way. Was not planning on rolling initiative here, so I'm having to realign how things are working. But as it is, currently, the way we are doing this, Sevgi, we are back to you if you have something else you would like to contribute. And actually, I will throw Ohmn back up to his 10. Because that is technically what he got.
Mm.
I don't necessarily have much, but with the spear's bonus action, can I use a range attack on it?
I will tell you, unless you have something more creative to do, an attack is not going to do anything.
Alright, I have nothing then.
There is no possible, I will tell you, there is no possible way you will deal enough damage as a group to bring this thing down before it either kills you or you run out of the cavern.
I got nothing then.
Yeah, I can't think of anything. Except shouting more.
Okay. There are still crumbling buildings around you. Still plenty of crumbling buildings around it. You have
What, you want me to charge at one of them?
In your bag that you may be. I mean, if you guys, I like skill challenges because it allows you to solve problems creatively using items and skills and the environment around you. If there's nothing you can think of doing and you both want to pass your turns, that will be 2 failures because you are not contributing to the chase. And when we hit a certain number of failures, things go really, really, really bad. So I can put you down at the bottom of the initiative, but if you can't think of anything before, by the time Ander goes, I mean, all I can say is you continue running, which doesn't really contribute to solving the problem. There is also a certain number of there's a success threshold you have to get. So if you both hold your turn and everyone else does something really cool and succeeds in what they're doing, there's a possibility you could, as a group, get out of the cavern. But you have to get a certain number of successes before a certain number of failures.
I suppose I will hold my turn then.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess I'm gonna hold for now.
Okay. The Sentinel continues charging forward. It immediately runs into the grease that Ogrid set out and needs to make a dexterity saving throw. Or fall prone. And I'm sure you can imagine that this thing is not dexterous. It would not get disadvantage, but a 10 is not going to do it either. So the Sentinel continues lumbering forward, and its front foot hits the grease and tumbles forward, slamming into the ground, creating a small earthquake 120, 150 feet behind you, as it slams face first down into the ground, eating up a good chunk of its movement. So that is that counts as a success for this skill challenge. It uses what movement it has left to stand up and continue charging forward straight into the sleet storm, and has to roll, I assume, another dexterity roll.
The DC is like 14.
Okay. It rolls a natural 1. Stands up, almost trips forward, some of the grease still remaining on the bottom of its giant metal foot. Gets just into the sleet storm where the ground has begun to freeze over. The oil hits that and just creates a super fluid, sort of frictionless area, and it again, this time falling backwards as it slips and slams down into the ground. 2 successive earth shakes behind you, and the crashing, large sound of a huge creature crashing on stone. Buildings around it begin to crumble, a bit of the debris falling on top of this creature, further preventing it from doing much of anything. It does not have the ability to get out of the range of the sleet storm in this allotted amount of time, which I believe that means next turn it will again have to make one of these rolls. Presuming you're able to keep it up.
I mean, I would hope so.
Ohmn. This thing will on your turn simply charge right through you, unless there is something in particular you would like to do. Though, actually, you would be flying here, it would run, it would trip in front of you, it would have to stand up and run past. I mean, yeah, it's too concerned about tripping and falling to bother with something less than half its size in its path. You could easily avoid it, you could fly backwards and do more things, but you're not really an obstacle for it unless you can make yourself an obstacle for it.
There's still fire spirits flying around in the air.
There are, yes. They are definitely attracted towards you. They are moving in your direction.
Yeah, so I am going to once again cast Magic Missile at 3rd level. This time, as my eyes glow the bright pink as these bolts fly out of me, directed at 5 different fire spirits within range, I'm just going to scream out in giant, "Fuck your ancestors."
Okay.
And attack 5 of these different spirits that are within range, assuming there are 5 within 120 feet of me.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Enlighten me on what you would like this to accomplish.
As with everything I've done so far, I am trying to distract this creature from chasing after my friends so they can leave.
Okay.
Trying to divert its attention long enough for everyone else to be able to run away. That's all I have been trying to accomplish. And unfortunately, I thought being in the air in its vicinity would have at least given it some inkling to go for me, but I suppose not.
Okay. Make another intimidation or persuasion check. The Sentinel itself is currently behind you at this point, on its back, having crashed down through the sleet storm. Okay. 17's a pretty good roll. The flame spirits about this place continue to charge in your direction. Whether that is a result of what you said or not, they were already heading in your direction anyway. The Sentinel itself does seem to have taken notice to you. It's still on its back, and sort of plowed past you a couple dozen feet, and into the sleet storm. But you see there's a shift of the head movement as it looks back in your direction. Are you positioning yourself any differently?
I don't really know, man.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I will keep this in mind as far as the success to failure ratio, and see how things proceed through the rest of the round. Ogrid. Ogrid had an idea of what Ogrid was doing. Yes. Okay. Ogrid, as this thing is gaining.
Don't do that, Jack.
Hmm?
He's
I was
being
like,
a jerk.
no.
Oh.
I was like, I have a turn or two.
Yeah.
It was like, shit, heard my name.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
That's what you get for abandoning your post. Okay. Yes. Ogrid is going to begin casting Earthen Grasp again, and is going to actually form its claw near one of the corners of these crumbling buildings, and is going to hold to try to bring down this structure in front of the Sentinel. So we'll see how that works after this Sentinel stops tripping over bananas. Tali. Akila has a question.
So I imagine that this thing, it's in a sleet storm, so it's getting covered with ice that I'm sure is pretty much immediately melting on it.
Yes.
So what if I were to shoot an electrified arrow at it?
It would deal electricity damage to it.
I didn't know if it might short it a little for a second.
Maybe if you roll really, really high damage.
Mm.
Not bad thinking, though. So, I mean, we can try that and see how it works out. Okay, I see. I'll think
It was most since it's already prone.
Yeah. Well, because it is prone, you would have disadvantage on the attack roll. Keep that in mind. You would have to wait for it to stand up.
Okay.
I will think about that while Tali does something, maybe.
Okay, but I'm trying.
Yeah, I like it.
Prone on a 20-foot tall giant
Can't
makes.
really.
I know that feels.
Yeah.
I know rules.
We were a
Rules.
stickler for the rules last week, so I'm going to be a stickler about it right
I
now.
know. That's what rules is written. I'm just once again, it's one of those things where it's like
It's one of those where it's
feels
like,
weird.
I know, it's like when you think of it in real world, if you were to apply it real world terms, like this doesn't quite.
Yeah.
But this isn't the real world, so.
The justification I would give is that Fleet Storm is considered heavily obscured.
That is also a problem, yes.
Prone, you can't see all of. Even if it is going to be tall, it changes the angle of shots. But, sorry, Tali.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Are you going to shatter things?
Spells. I mean, if I cast another spell, it drops the sleet storm.
I thought it was just a concentration spell that would
Right.
drop it.
You can
Also, I can
cast a
cast
non-concentration.
non-concentration spells.
Yeah.
Well then.
Yeah, that's what I'm counting on right now.
Oh, it's like shatter, damn it!
I will say,
But
you
shatter
guys
is
are
only
getting,
60-foot range.
you guys are getting pretty close to the exit. You probably have one or two good actions to get it far enough away that it won't be able to catch you before you get out.
Yeah, how far away is this dude again?
It is 2 successful actions away from being out of the question.
Cool.
It is
Really?
somewhere.
Cool.
It is somewhere between 100 and 200 feet away from you.
Nice.
Just
nice.
shatter.
Okay. Well, shatter only has a range of 60 feet, so
It
that's
is
not
further
going to
than
do
60
anything
feet
to
out.
it, honestly. Yeah.
We'll say for common spell distances, it is greater than 60 feet away, but less than 150 feet away.
Yeah, but you can do your spell and then run.
It's all moving at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have anything.
I was gonna say, is that spell not radius?
It's a 4 radius. So, wait, no, sorry, that's the wrong one. Hang on. 10-foot radius. Yeah, it's not going to reach it.
Oh, 10 foot, I see.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. This would have been the perfect time for it.
Yeah. Like, I just want to use it just because I can, finally.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I want
can't
you
even
to.
cast Bless on you guys because that's a concentration spell. No. Yeah, all my good spells are concentration. This sucks.
Well, that's kind of the catch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't have anything. Yeah, I'm gonna hold until the end. Give me more
Okay.
time to think of something.
Well, the end is right now with Ander.
Oh. Okay.
I did come up with an
Um,
idea.
All right.
So, yes, Ander.
So I've got a couple ideas here, but I need to get a better. So it is currently prone.
Yes.
It has not gotten out of the edge of the city where all the buildings are, correct? Because that is why Ogrid is about to
Yes.
try and drop a building on it.
Yeah. You guys are just now breaking away from where the buildings end and that space between where the wall meets the ground.
Okay.
Probably about have a 150 foot distance there for you to cover.
With my flight speed,
Mm-hmm.
would I be able to get to whatever building Ogrid is trying to drop on it? Or if
You'd have to fly back in the direction of the Sentinel. But, yes.
Yeah.
Or...
So my two thoughts are try and either help Ogrid drop the building using Arms of Zadok, or try and drop a different building. Once again, essentially using the tendrils from it to... Or, alternatively, if that is not feasible, essentially try and take up Overwatch position and combining since our entropic ward is essentially slight time dilation,
Mm-hmm.
if I see it trying to do that same Huck-a-Rock thing, or anything that looks like, use that to try and predict the path, and then once again use Arms of Zadok to try and...
Okay. I would say either of those options could work. Flying back in the direction of the Sentinel means that you, on top of Ohmn, would still have to figure out a way to get out.
Yeah.
Even once the rest of the party has succeeded enough to, get far enough away that it's not a problem. Both you and Ohmn would still be close enough to still be in this sort of skill challenge situation.
Yeah, that does seem slightly counterproductive.
Without the
I think
aid
I'm gonna
of
do
more than half of the party.
I think I'm gonna do the Overwatch thing.
Okay.
Then essentially, and if I see it trying to do that rock thing again, entropic ward to predict, essentially paths, and then use the tendrils from Arm of Zadok to...
I like it.
Move
like
it.
I love it. That's a great way of using your abilities.
I thought it was last time, but I was already out of the order, so...
Yeah. No,
especially since I have the mobility of flight to help.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of holding things.
Well,
you have to make a determination. My idea.
Yeah. I mean, I think
my
I know
initial
how it
plan...
will work. I'm not going to tell you how it will work until you do it, but I know how it will work. Unfortunately, it does not have time to stand up, and the Sleet Storm is still there. So if you want to chuck an arrow at it, it will be at disadvantage. And then whatever it does, it will do. But it will be disadvantage.
Guess I couldn't just shoot at the ground by it.
Still be disadvantage.
Yeah, I figure.
Yeah.
Disadvantage is a good idea.
Going once.
Guess I'll try.
Okay. Fire your arrow with disadvantage.
Yeah. I'm not rolling great today.
Okay. I will say.
I was trying to aim for like one of its joints or something.
Yeah, I will say, because it is covered in melted water, you're not necessarily trying to hit a specific point. You just need to hit the water for the electricity to hit. The way I'm going to do this is your attack roll will set the DC for its stun. Unfortunately, an 11 is not a very high attack roll, but
I know,
if we were
what the
using
heck?
AC, it wouldn't hit anyway. And honestly, even if you rolled well with its AC, it'd be so that's a con save, which it is quite good at.
Of course.
It doesn't care. If anything, you can tell that it may have absorbed some of that electricity and powered whatever powering mechanism. Not that it's going to mechanically make a difference, but not only does it not seem to sputter, it
Yeah.
yeah. It was. I really liked the idea. It all comes
Thanks.
down
I'm
to
just.
how the dice.
I know.
roll
I'm
it.
just frustrated because the rolls are not going in my favor for this.
Yeah. Sometimes you have great ideas and just bad rolls.
Andrew knows that a lot.
Tali, did you end up doing something? I don't think you did. So
Who,
it's
me?
between Tali and Sevgi at this point.
Yeah.
Use some-
I mean, I could
Oh,
do
it helps.
another storm spell.
I mean, that would just cause your first one to collapse, and then you would start another one in almost
Yeah,
the same
so-
space.
You could start a little ahead, so it had to re-enter.
It's already
Yeah.
starting its turn within it, so it's going to have to make another dex save anyway.
It doesn't say that it does.
It does.
It does.
Oh,
I
where?
just read it.
It says if it starts its turn, it just has to make a con save.
When a creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn, or
Or
starts
starts its turn. Okay, I missed that part.
Mhm.
But okay.
Yeah, I guess right in since oh, god dang it. Okay.
I know that feeling. I do.
I have something that's not concentration that literally does the same thing that I can put right next to the other storm. This one is ice storm. It's just sleet storm. Click to you. Why aren't you
So
going?
if it makes it through that one, it has to go through the other one.
Yeah, pretty much.
I love it.
And this one actually does damage too, and it has a range of 300 feet.
Oh, jeez.
Why you no go? I click you. This one it doesn't fall. It just turns the area into difficult terrain until the end of my next turn. So
Okay. That will
at
definitely
least slow it down.
All right.
Yeah, and it's a well. I guess the damage doesn't matter.
Yeah, damage doesn't matter.
Cool.
Sevgi,
Difficult terrain is good though.
any thoughts from
Oh,
Sevgi?
that's why.
Can
Oh, there it goes.
I use my lightning cantrip to kind of help Algren knock that building over in his?
Lightning's not going to do enough to stone.
Okay,
Using
yeah.
the same argument Ander made against the pillar collapsing.
Could magic missile do it?
Maybe.
It's force.
Yeah, depending on how well it rolls.
Sure, I will try that. I guess I'll do it at. I guess I'll do it at third level.
Okay. I mean, you can roll your damage. I think this will just aid Ogred's attempt by giving the Sentinel disadvantage on, being able to move through the debris, is how that would work out.
Okay.
Granted, you roll enough damage to, make a difference.
Okay,
On
let's.
all fours.
So,
I'm hoping for you guys to do well. To make up for my dragging us down. plus
So
another 4.
17.
Or plus, yeah.
Yes, 17.
Okay. Yeah. So I will give the Sentinel disadvantage on whatever it needs to do to get through the rock pile that Ogrid creates. Because you held your actions to put yourself down at the bottom of the initiative turn order, you don't immediately get to go again. Which means the Sentinel spends half its movement getting up, makes another dexterity saving throw to avoid the same amount of ice, probably falling right back down. Yep. Spends another half of its movement getting up, uses its action to dash forward, though a good chunk, half of that movement is taken up by difficult terrain. Yeah, Ice Storm with a 40-foot, 20-foot radius, so it will... Yeah, it'll, yeah, it is still within the Ice Storm. So, effectively, everybody but, the Sentinel will get one more rock throw as you guys are attempting to leave. Ander, you have held back a little bit and are using your entropic ward to predict or see across different realities the most likely trajectory that this rock is going to move at. So I'm going to grant it disadvantage again. Because it had moved closer, I was going to make it a straight attack, but your entropic ward will give it disadvantage on this throw. And because it didn't make all that much movement, because there's multiple compounding effects negating its movement, I'm going to throw an additional -5 on that roll. So what does that turn out to be?
No idea.
20. That is a 15. Okay. So. So, Ander, what you do in order to help intercept this thing is create your arms of Zadok.
And so essentially, arms of Zadok, you shoot out just all around you tentacles that specifically push back everything around you. They shoot out with enough force to knock everything around you back. So my goal is to, seeing the path of this, fly towards it on an intercept, or kind of come at it, and then as it would go past me, hit the arms out and knock it off course.
Okay. I like it. So. Yeah, it would be a strength saving throw. A rock doesn't really get to make a strength saving throw, so I will give you... because you're not strength based, make a charisma check to see if you can push enough force out to knock this rather large piece of debris out of its trajectory enough.
Makes sense. And there's a check, correct?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You see through your entropic ward, you're flying there, hovering almost. You see multiple overlapping ethereal images of this gigantic mechanical construct stand up a bit more carefully this time within this actually it didn't fall down, or it did fall down, but it got back up again. While it's being bombarded by this ice storm, it just reaches towards another building and takes another big chunk out of it. And you can see it rears its arm back and throws the rock, and that's when you see the trajectory of a dozen different ethereal arms throwing an ethereal copy of that stone in a dozen different trajectories. And it narrows, and you realize which one is going to be the one that is real, the one in your reality. And you move in that direction, and you get to it just as the rock is about to pass by, and you concentrate. And the oiliness of the wings that surround you, you focus, draw them inward, and just shoot out from your chest and your arms a spray of oily space-time tentacles that lashes at the stone, breaking it apart in various places, causing smaller amounts of debris to scatter against the buildings and the stone, sending the majority, the bulk of this flaming rock off harmlessly in another trajectory, slamming into a building away from the party, causing that to collapse. And with that, everybody but you and Ohmn get out of the giant city. Everyone else is able to get to the wall, get far enough into the tunnel not to be subject of this flaming sentinel's ire. So now that just leaves what you and Ohmn are going to do to get out of here. It is very much now that everyone else has left, its biggest concern is Ohmn. Little late for what I know Christian wanted to do, but I can explain why that didn't really work in the after show. So Ohmn's the closest, but it can get within very dangerous reach of you, Ander. So between the two of you, how would you like to try to get away from this situation?
How far away is the door from me?
You started about 300 feet from the door, flew another 120 feet in that direction, stopped.
Well,
waited.
I mean, I flew like 60 feet in that direction.
Okay.
I flew like 40 feet straight up
40
because
feet
we
straight,
weren't giving me
yeah.
double movement at the time.
And you would have to fall. You have to go another 40 feet down to the ground. I mean, it's guts. You're about 350 feet away from the door.
Cool. Yeah, I cast haste on myself and I fly 240 feet towards the door.
Okay, you cast haste and just bolt.
Fair.
Andrew, you see a 9-foot tall half frost giant just a cold breeze hits you like a wake as he rockets past you. That is a good enough success to get Ohmn out of the picture. Andrew, how are you getting out of the picture?
Sorry.
Well, I still have my flight as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming am I that far from the door that I couldn't just...
If you do nothing but move, it will still throw a rock at you, and you will be just about at the door, but still within range.
Okay.
And that's a dex save.
You need to come up with some reason to either get you there faster, create a distraction, stop it from throwing a rock, whatever you might want to do.
So I couldn't give it a parting shot on the way out the door?
You could, but you'd have to stay at the door, which means when it does throw the rock, you'd also be within its damage radius.
Nah.
I mean, I can take damage. But if you have something better, go ahead.
So it is basically just going to be movement,
Mm-hmm.
but turning, well, essentially drop to the, so I'm not that far from the ground.
Okay.
And since there's nothing that says you have to be facing the way you're basically flying towards the door while keeping an eye on it.
Sure.
And if it hucks the rock, I'm going to throw up the tomb. I've got the tomb,
Yeah.
Okay.
which I am hoping can absorb the impact if need be.
Okay.
But I've blown all my spells at this point between flight and
Arms.
now,
I've pretty much used all of my resources
yeah.
getting everyone else in.
It-
At this
Too
point,
late.
yeah, I'm diving down, staying close to the ground, so that if I need to throw the tomb up, I'm not, slamming into the ground as well.
Hmm.
Yeah.
For Tali to try one more thing.
No, you're gone.
Okay.
Same thing as
Sorry,
me.
Andrew. I
Same
tried.
thing as Aquila.
I was
Okay.
totally willing to stay there, but it's like
Yep.
seems like he had an idea.
Yeah.
Okay. This tomb. What exactly? Well, let's first see if it's even a problem. I mean, it's probably a problem because it gets a lot to hit you. But it is going to continue lumbering forward as it runs past the last of these buildings. It grabs a big hunk of it in two hands and lobs it forward towards you.
Not one.
21 does hit you.
Yeah.
You activate your tomb and remind me exactly what that does. I assume it encases you in ice and you
I
fall down to the ground.
That was a terrible idea, actually,
Why?
because I forgot about the rest of the consequences of that spell.
So how far away from me is Ander? Because he has moved.
Yeah,
yes?
you're very close together.
So, because I am hasted,
Mm-hmm.
and I only moved 240 feet, strictly speaking, I have a whole other action that I can also move. Can I
I mean,
this
again,
time?
this isn't combat. This is a skill challenge.
Okay.
You've already taken your allotment towards this round in the skill
That's
challenge.
I only have 2 spells.
So yeah, you are encased in
Yeah, I
in
guess I've said it
frozen
now.
space-time, plummet to the ground.
What are the other?
Well, like I said, I'm hoping to be moving more. That was what I dropped first. I'm hoping to be
Yeah.
moving more laterally.
Yeah.
With any luck, maybe
You'll
inertia
roll
will.
a bit. Yeah.
Well, because so the problem is, yeah. So the spell's description, or the abilities descriptions. It's not a spell, so I don't have any more of those. Well, I can just throw it in here. If I can
Yeah.
Find it again.
So you gain 80 temporary hit points.
Oh.
The after effect is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
My
Yeah.
speed drops to 0 and I'm incapacitated.
You gain vulnerability to fire damage. Your speed is reduced to 0, and you're incapacitated.
Wait, you gain vulnerability to fire damage?
Yep.
All these effects end when the ice melts.
Yep.
Mm.
Well, it should melt fast because you're in a hot place.
Not
Should melt fast
mechanically.
because you're about to get stomped on.
The
Okay.
best hope I have is that inertia will carry my tuned self through the door.
So,
I've burnt everything else I have at this point.
I don't know why I rolled that manually when I could have just pressed the button. Let's see.
Because we miss rolling.
Yeah, I do really miss rolling.
I know. I miss dice. Miss actual physical dice. Oh.
You take 38 points out of that chunk of 80 damage. Actually, that last bit was fire, so you take... Oh boy, math. 38
Well,
minus 7 is
subtract
31,
7.
plus 14, 35, 45 points of damage. So that ate up half of your tune there. You plummet to, you hit the ground, rolling encased in this sort of frozen, oily space-time substance. Roll for several feet, but you are incapacitated and unmoving as the Sentinel continues lumbering forward. Ohmn, you could easily just use your action and GTFO and you'd be fine. But you notice that Ander has turned himself into a rock and is not moving.
like that description.
Nothing's going right for Ohmn. He's trying so hard, and I really want to be supportive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, here's the one problem I have with this, right?
Okay.
Incapacitated means no longer concentrating on spells.
Correct.
Does it? Because it doesn't say.
Uh,
It says I can't take action or reaction.
let me
But
look
when you look up-
specifically-
Incapacitated means you can't concentrate.
I mean, it doesn't. Reading the condition, it says you
It's
cannot
not in the
take.
condition. It's in spellcasting rules for concentration.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I love
damn
when
it.
they put rules in different places.
Yeah, that's not super helpful.
Well, that just blew that plan out of the water.
So
Yeah,
what
Being
were you concentrating
incapacitated
on?
or fly.
The flight.
Okay, that's true. So yeah, Ohmn, you
That-
you lose your flight.
Why did they not put that in the fucking condition description?
Would have made him reconsider his action.
Considering this is not something you've ever done before,
I have. Yeah, I have.
but not in combination
Not
of
this.
having to deal with
Well, fair.
spells and whatnot.
I mean, you've never used either of these spells before.
He has used
I have
Tomb
used
before,
Tomb.
but it was in a much more controlled, less frantic
Yeah, I
environment.
used it with the Medusa.
Oh, okay. To
Um,
be honest, I was focused on not turning to stone.
I mean, I would say Ohmn with your added haste, and taking into account that the rules are in two different places, I will say that you have time to lower yourself down to the ground and move on foot, without like plummeting and taking damage and having to make a dex save and whatnot. But your speed is reduced back down to what it normally would be.
Well, except
You are still hasted. Yeah.
are there rules for how much would I think that Iceman Ander weighs in his current form?
Frozen bodies on Mount Everest double in weight. So I would assume it'd be similar in that regard.
Okay.
I doubt he'd max out
I-
Ohmn's weight.
Yeah, I'm sure you have enough to at least drag, if not, lift and move. If this stuff that is encompassing him is as dense as stone would be, or ice would be a little less dense than stone, I would think. I mean, Ender's somewhere around, 6 feet tall or so you probably weigh, I don't know, 100, as an elf,
How much do you
150
weigh,
pounds
Steven?
or something.
I don't think I'm an effective. Probably about 150, 160.
Yeah, so with all this stuff, you suspect he weighs probably, encased in all of this, maybe 300 pounds? Which is a lot,
Cool.
but you're also huge.
Can I attempt to pick him up and then proceed to use whatever remaining actions I have to run the fuck away?
Yeah. Make a strength check. Okay. You run over and you pick Ander up, who is sort of encased in this It looks very similar to the bubble of darkness and space, undulating space void that he created before, but it's solid. And you can see the sheen of ice across, and you go over and you pick it up, and your hands almost sink a half-inch into whatever this substance is, and they are and it's cold, even for you. I was going to say unbearably cold, but you're used to the cold. But even as a descendant of frost giants, this is really cold. To the point where it's starting to, as you continue running, it's starting to frostbite your hands. But you pick Ander up, and it doesn't weigh nearly as much as you expected it to. And you bolt with Ander, encased in this substance, out of the cavern. As you do, you hear the pounding of stomps behind you. You only a few paces behind the rest of the group as they continue to push up the sort of winding tunnel that leads back up to, not directly to the surface, but back up to Steamworks and Kargnorak. You continue running forward, and you can hear the stomps of this sentinel creature. And then they stop, and you hear an explosion of fire behind you. And just behind you, flowing up the tunnel, is a torrent of swirling flame that dissipates just at your back. You can feel the blast of heat. Ander, I will say, because you have vulnerability to fire, you actually do take damage from the heat. Well, let's actually see how much damage that would be. You would take damage because of the heat, but you're not getting directly hit, so it would be half this. So you take about 30 points of damage. Your tomb melts and shatters. You take a little bit of actually, because the vulnerability is really only the case and not yourself.
I was gonna say that'd be 75 points total, though.
What?
Never mind. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You survive. You are burnt a little bit. You have some a really bad sunburn, maybe some second-degree burns. Ohmn, you are made uncomfortably hot in a flash of heat, which is very jarring compared to the amount of cold that is coming off of Ander at the moment. But you escape. The two of you getting the brunt of this fire, even more powerful than Ohmn, what you previously experienced, as a tunnel of flame chases you up this tunnel, but fortunately dissipates before it gets to the bulk of the group or is able to do a considerable amount of damage to either of you. And with that, as you continue running forward, beginning to slow down, beginning to catch your breath, knowing that you are out of the danger, you can hear the pounding of this construct slamming against the wall 100, 200, 300 feet behind you. But there's no way it can get into this tunnel. It's far too large. You eventually hear another torrent of fire, and the tunnel behind you illuminates, but you have traveled far beyond where the belch of flame can funnel up in your direction. And you stop and catch your breath. And that's where we're going to take our break.
Oh, I was going to ask Ogred how he's going to tell this part of the story.
It's going to be glorious.
One request. One request.
Wake up cradled in Ohmn's arms.
Yeah.
It's like, I need you to leave me out of it.
What's going on?
Why would I do that? Oh, right.
Yeah. Yes.
That's really quite a shame. I'm a really good storyteller.
I know.
You're doing yourself a disservice. Well, I see why you're doing it. All right, I need to sit down for a second.
Supposed to attract attention. I think we all need to. Okay.
Okay. So with that, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to, us as players are going to take a short rest. So, because I think we all need it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry for getting frustrated, but I'm glad how that turned out.
Yeah.
I hope, despite some of the complications and rulings that I had to make with information that you don't have, it ended up making this sequence, cinematic, narrative, interesting. Even if it didn't go exactly the way you expected it to go, but that's how this works. Things don't always go the way you expect them to go. If things always went the
Yeah.
way you expected them to go, there wouldn't be much of a story.
It's true. No, I know I got frustrated, but
Because I'm always rooting for all of you. I really want all of your plans to work, but
I
I'm
believe you.
retconning one thing cinematically. Tomb, when it formed, the wings just went.
yeah, I like that.
Fair.
I just thought about that, like, damn it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which at least explains why I stopped flying too.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, it's
Well, we can touch on this in the after show.
Yeah.
it's true. Yeah. I was just
as
wanted
for
to say
now-
while I was thinking about it.
Yeah. Well, jot down a note. I always keep a bunch of notes. Yeah. So we're going
Where'd
to
my
take
pencil go?
we're going to take a quick break as Taylor finds a pencil.
Found it.
Yeah. So let's meet back in about 10 minutes or so. We can get up, walk around, de-stress, get back into the game, and get ready to leave this ridiculous, hot, stressful fire giant city behind and return back to hopefully some place where you can see the sky.
Okay, it'll still be stressful.
Yeah. So everybody, stick with us. Go up, stretch your legs, get a drink, do what you have to do, roll some hit dice. Meet back here in 10 minutes, and we will continue our adventure. I will catch everyone in just a little bit. All right, we are back. Thank you for sticking with us, or if you're just now joining, thank you for joining. Hui. We are returning to the game, just as the players narrowly escaped a fire-possessed, enraged, flame elemental possessed Sentinel, fire giant Sentinel. A 25-foot tall, flaming monstrosity of a metal construct created by the fire giants, or originally designed by the fire giants a long, long time ago to patrol this city and to be the heavy hitters of whatever anti-resistance, anti-dwarven resistance movement that had struck the city. This relic, or perhaps not relic, because apparently there was some sort of factory that continues to spit these things out even today, managed to get a bead on the party, who needed to sprint towards the exit of this fire giant cavernous city. So in a series of creative ways to largely prevent the Sentinel from gaining any ground, causing it to be bombarded by wind and sleet and grease and whatnot, causing it to trip all over itself and be buffeted by the forces of nature, slowed it down enough so that it was not able to catch up to the group. A few rocks were chucked. A sizable portion of damage was dealt as a number of the party was hit by the debris of a 6-foot or so chunk of ancient rubble. Ander managed to knock another one of these rocks off course, and in a climactic escape, everybody managed to run up the tunnel leading away from the fire giant city and back to the Kargnorak steamworks, just as a torrent of flame chased them up the tunnel. So that's where we're going to pick up. You guys have been running for quite a while, to the point where everybody is out of breath. You need to stop at this point. You need to sit down. You need to take a rest. You need to calm yourself from how stressful and terrifying that situation was. And there were a lot of interesting decisions, split-second decisions, even if they took a little longer in playtime. Split-second decisions in the course of this chase, this skill challenge. So let's pick up there. You can still feel the heat of that volcanic cavern wafting up this tunnel, but it is far less so than it has been for the majority of yesterday at this point, because you did take a long rest. You're beginning to cool back down. Ander and Ohmn are beginning to brush off the sort of first-degree burns of the tail end of that fire wave that came up the tunnel. So as you slump against the tunnel wall and catch your breath, what would you guys like to do?
Everybody still got all their pieces?
For the most part.
Yes, I
What do you mean
suppose.
for the most part?
And we all got hit by that rock, right?
Are you missing any limbs?
No.
Then you still got all your pieces.
Not this time.
It's true.
Yeah.
Igrid's gonna walk up to Ohmn and sort of punch you in your upper arm. And you're one crazy bastard, but that's gonna make a hell of a story.
It would have been better had Beast not just completely ignored me. I will admit, but
Yeah, I've seen those things charge through whole platoons of my people. Of course, you're about twice the size of me, so maybe I would have given it pause. Apparently not, but those those things just, I don't know what happened to the soul flames to drive them this mad. Maybe it's being away from the Everflame. Maybe something happened at the end of their life. But they are just out for destruction. Rabid animals.
Yeah.
It did pause for just a moment when I shouted at it.
Maybe there's something left to them.
Maybe.
Not enough, unfortunately.
No.
Something.
No, maybe that means they can be redeemed.
That's always been my hope. Just have to figure out how. They're none too keen on the idea of letting us try, though. That's for sure.
Clearly.
That would be kind of difficult.
Well, like I said, hell of a story.
Just remember.
Yeah, you weren't here. Shame.
Yeah, it is, but
it only makes me seem more exciting.
It's the lot I've chosen.
Ugh. All right. Yeah, he spends some time readjusting his armor. Apply some basic first aid and whatnot, some balm, some whatnot. But if there's not anything else you guys like to do or discuss, we can continue upwards and out.
I'm gonna do a quick mass healing word.
Okay.
1d4 plus bleh.
So
Everybody gets 5 healing points.
Okay. That's something.
So, 2 things.
Mhm.
A, does this, just for mechanical purposes, did this count as a short rest or no?
If you want to mechanically spend half an hour and take a short rest, we can do that.
I was just asking if that's what, like, if we were sitting here talking for a while or if it was just a quick little thing.
That's on you.
But yeah.
Oh.
But Andrew is going to go up to Ohmn. I don't exactly remember what happened there at the very end. Unfortunately, that particular ability renders me pretty much blind, deaf, and dumb to everything happening around me. But I'm going to assume that you hauled me out of there, and I appreciate it. Thank you. I know you don't necessarily trust me, and for fair reason, but I appreciate you getting me out of that.
As I said before, I judge people based on their actions, not on their past. You easily could have left everyone to die then.
Unfortunately, not that easily down the line. Guilt's, I suppose my job would actually be much easier if that were the case. But
I think that you might have some very uncomfortable questions to answer if you did return without everyone else.
that's true too.
But I'm glad that you both made it out.
Indeed. Well, get out of this cave for that thing pounding on the other end brings it all down around us.
Oh. It's pounding on solid mountain at now.
It's also very large and very angry.
There's only so much you can do.
But I mean, aren't there also other creatures in here? It could be attracting attention. So.
I don't know. I'm
That's
not
true.
saying we keep. I'm not saying we stick around, but I'm less concerned about it now.
Me too.
So,
Goodness.
yes, let's go.
All right. Yeah. Tali makes a good point. Keep your ears out for the land sharks.
What?
Bullets, you notice the creature-shaped
Oh,
carvings in the stone is where we're coming down?
right. Yeah.
They
Okay,
can just
I'm
kinda
remembering now.
burrow right through. So, usually hear them coming first, or at least feel them in the ground. All this
keep an ear
racket
out.
might,
I want-
Comparably, I think something that small will pose little challenge, frankly.
Oh, to the Sentinel? Yeah. Nothing. Yeah.
Let's go with them.
let's say.
All right.
Considering I'm fairly tapped out, I'd rather not meet one.
One of these days, I'm going to learn how to ride one of those. One of these days.
That would be fun.
I look forward to hearing that story.
I wonder if that's what we heard in that.
All right.
I imagine it would be quite difficult to maintain the position on its back as it is burrowing through the ground.
Yeah, that wouldn't work, but
If you hang on behind it, you could.
being
that
pelted by stone and debris, I mean, it'd be a
Drag you.
bad idea.
Oh.
So, not the most effective mount, from its normal capabilities, but it'd be damn intimidating, bursting out of the
Be a
ground.
great story.
Yeah.
The
It'd be
shock
worth-
factor is impressive.
It'd be worth trying out. Mostly, you just need to position yourself past the highest point of its back.
Yeah. Maybe make some kind of like debris shield or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Or
maybe make something that
I'm working on
maybe
it.
make something that shifts position based on whether it's above
Yeah.
ground or burrowing.
Yeah. Well, I'm working on it.
Okay.
I got some of the best tinkerers and smiths in the mountain.
I think the
Well,
first
well,
concern is
alright.
probably taming one enough to ride it. I would
time.
imagine.
Sure.
I mean, why ruin the fun by thinking about logistics?
Right? Just hop on its back. Show it who's boss. Alright. You don't normally hear a dwarf say this, but let's get the hell out of this tunnel.
Sounds good to me.
And you do. You continue
Yay.
unabated up out of this this tunnel. You get to the point where you meet the stone at the end of this tunnel, presumably opening back up into that section of the steamworks.
Actually, I'd ask if I could try out the one I got.
He actually stops before getting there and turns back in your direction and gives you a nod.
Ooh. Tali's
I
like
do
staring
like I saw
around,
him do before with it.
peeking around her.
Okay. You hold it up.
You remember what else he did?
No, that was weeks ago.
When he did it, he did offer some sort of prayer or invocation to
Oh,
invoke
I'm not sure.
Roxana's blessing.
Oh shit! Not sure that's a great idea. Oh, well, I'll try.
I mean, the Genovian pantheon is deities couldn't care less if you worship other deities or other
okay.
things.
So it's a bit like Rome in that
Yeah,
regard.
yeah. I mean, everybody worships the whole pantheon for the most part. They probably have a specific god they favor more than the others, but it's a practical relationship with the gods. It's only Ander who is at risk of pissing off his patron for.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
Okay, then sure, I would.
Anders banned from religion.
yeah.
Huh.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, sounds
so
good.
how do you invoke the?
Oh god.
How do you call on?
Would you like me to
Roxana's
No, I don't want you to try.
blessing? You got to impress
I
your new
was-
girlfriend.
I know. That's why I'm laughing.
Hey, Snookums, bring down this wall.
No, it's not quite. But definitely being very flattering about it.
Okay.
Praising her beauty and her might.
If you have something in particular you would like to say,
No.
it would help. But if not, roll a charisma check.
God damn it, really? Why charisma? You know
Because
how shit I
you
am at
are
that.
invoking the blessing of a patron of some kind.
No, I'm terrible at charisma.
If you
Welcome
were
to my
to
world.
elaborate,
There we go.
um,
No! I didn't know I was having to have to prepare a prayer.
well, okay, you yeah, you reach out, you grasp the amulet, you concentrate on your meeting, and your mind is drawn back to just how enchanting those pools of gold that were her irises, that were her eyes were.
Sure, that's what she's thinking about.
The warmth of the heat as her body heat, her pheromones washed over you. The glistening of the jewels and the metal plates as she breathed in and out, as her breasts heaved against her own rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
And you just kind of babble out some nonsense, and
I'm doing this in giant, just so fewer people here understand me.
Yeah.
Uh,
So, I mean, hey, Schnookums, bring down this wall really isn't all that far off with a 5. So you channel your thoughts into this aim. I did see you, Arlene. Now I'll get to you. You channel your thoughts, which are more pictographic necessarily than useful words, and the token definitely warms up comfortably in your hand, but it doesn't bring down the wall.
Fair enough.
Arlene, Tali.
Akila, can I give it a try? I mean, I've invoked, deities before,
Hagrid's
so I
kind of
can
in the
probably
background,
use
just
that experience to, I'll give it right back, I promise.
Fine.
Cool. I'm gonna, oh god, I had something planned and I completely forgot what it was. Okay. Gonna say, Matron Roxana, with your super cool ways, if you could please bring this wall down for us, members of your court, that would be just awesome.
I mean, that's more or less what Akila just said without the sexual imagery. But at least you said something, so roll a charisma check and I'll give you a bonus.
Hey! Wait, charisma, so that's gonna be straight charisma. Where's my charisma? There it is.
You didn't say advantage, you said bonus.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops.
But
My bad.
I don't think
I mean,
there's any
you
worse
can't
you
get
could
much
roll.
worse than that. Yeah, it's because I had it at, I forgot to set it to disadvantage, but yeah, no.
Again, you couldn't have done worse anyway. Oh.
Okay. Yeah. You don't even get a comfortable warming from the amulet. It just doesn't seem to connect. And Ogrid comes up and sort of reaches up. Can't really get to Akila's shoulder, but reaches up and grabs Tali's shoulder and kind of pats Akila on her middle back and pushes forward and takes the medallion out. Says his own invocation, and the wall sort of erupts into flame real quick and then dissipates down.
Walk past Tequila and just smooth.
You didn't understand what I said.
Nope. Ohmn did, though.
I know.
Ogrid did.
Yeah.
But I did see Aquila stammer something, and nothing happened.
Yep.
You know I'm not good at the spraying thing anyway. Shut up.
Okay.
Oh well. Probably better than your reaction would be with it.
So,
I wouldn't have tried it.
You all. Oh, fair.
we then followed the group out through the steamworks. Again, you see the large aeolipile steam motors that power the city above. Steam methods sort of swirling around and shooting off to different halos of steam every now and then. You continue through. It is hot in here, but not nearly as hot as it was back in the Fire Giant City. It is, however, very humid, rather uncomfortable. But you make it through. This is a well-secured area, and you are led by one of the more prominent members of Dwarven society. You make it into that elevator that takes you back up to the city of Kargnorak. And again, it's another hour and a half ride all the way back up to the city through probably a couple thousand feet of stone. And I imagine with the events of the day, you're probably just resting. But if we did just stop for an RP break, but if there's anything more you would like to discuss on this elevator ride, if not, we can proceed right back up to the city.
Probably has a question for Ogrid.
Aye.
So, what did you say to open the wall?
We each have a sort of personal understanding with Roxana. I'd suggest if you are to call on her in the future, you kindle that.
Okay, so it's just because we don't know her well enough?
That's part of it,
I suppose. Obviously, as important beings are one to be, flattery goes a long way. Concise and appropriate flattery goes a long way.
Okay.
And, I suppose, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, man, I am exhausted. Just a determination in your voice about what you want from her. The way you would talk to a sovereign of some kind.
Well, I think Akila knows what she wants.
Yeah.
She is something. Hard to deny.
Never talked to a sovereign before.
But,
We'll say, very impressive entrance.
It was very impressive. I kind of want to be just like her one day.
Made of fire?
No.
20 feet tall?
He has a presence.
Ah.
He just has a presence that I want to develop as well.
You should probably specify that next time. There's a lot of ways that could be interpreted.
I know, it's like,
I mean, I'm sure if you can figure out how to rise out of a portal made of lava straight from the Everflame, people are gonna pay attention to you.
True.
I'm not gonna try that, though. I have no intention of melting.
Yeah, maybe another portal.
I know. It's like, I would say it's an interesting story, but you wouldn't be alive to tell it.
So does she normally stay in the Everflame then, and guards it from that side? I don't know why I was expecting that she would be waiting on our side, knocking anything that came through back in, but...
She is a gatekeeper. She can be on either side. But yes, she stays in the Everflame. It is her home. where she
Do you live
reigns.
by yourself?
I have never been to the Everflame.
Oh,
When my soul passes there, perhaps I may be able to come back and let you know.
Cool.
Probably not. I don't want to end up like those
Oh
things
yeah,
back there.
you know what? That's right. I guess
no,
we'll just
but
never
perhaps
know.
you could send us a message.
Maybe I can use sending and ask her personally.
That does have some limitations on dimensions, doesn't it?
Nope.
Oh,
No.
does
Sending can go
it
across
had a chance
planes.
to fail?
Yep.
I think it has a small chance to fail.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, I didn't
yeah,
mean
there's
that it
a
couldn't happen,
5%
but
chance that the message doesn't arrive, but that's still a 95% chance that it does arrive.
oh yeah, so it's basically rolling a 1
Yeah.
on a d20 because that's
Much.
5%.
Yeah.
Theoretically,
Cool.
it's 5%.
So maybe
I'm-
don't bother the who knows how powerful extraplanar being too much.
She has bestowed upon you her seal.
Yeah.
Who holds that
Touche.
does have her favor.
And just kind of side eye Aquila.
Yeah, Akila's. Yeah, she's smirking a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm curious, how did your family get involved with her?
As I said, I trace my lineage back to Karg himself.
Yes, but from what was his name? The other guy, the smith that we talked to. I have
Tamak?
it written down. Too much. Yes, him.
Mm.
It seemed like
Good man. Fine
you
words.
were. Yes, but it seemed like you were one of the few, if not the only, families to
Yes.
have this
Indeed.
connection with her. So, I'm just curious. It's like, why is it only your family?
Karg himself made
Used to
that
be-
pact.
There are no others descended from him?
There are other minor families that claim the same blood, some of which have joined the court. Though
Oh,
there
okay.
are those who don't claim the blood of Karg, who have joined the court, as you have.
Yeah.
We're not exclusive, though we do set high standards.
No, I didn't think
The
that.
ones
I
that
just
you
was
all have
wondering.
met.
No, as I said, I had been curious.
Our pact, though, is not necessarily a state secret, but we don't really go flaunting it.
Those
I
who
sort
need to
of,
know.
The word has a negative connotation in the Empire, but we are somewhat of a cult. A secret society, if you will.
Well, I think several of us belong to those already, so
Seems so.
one more won't make much of a difference, I suppose.
Well,
As I've said,
that's your
it's all
business.
about what
Kind of gives you a sort of squint and a head cock, but
Those who need to know already know.
they know
as
about
I've
me.
said.
They know about me.
All right.
As I said before, the census is well aware of me.
Well, he sort of knocks at where his medallion is. You might have something new to report. If you think it's important.
We'll see.
Ander, you were saying.
Yes. It doesn't matter so much where the power comes from, it's what you do with it, in my opinion. And
That's how the world should work. Rarely does. That's how it should work.
indeed. Well,
Mm.
in time, maybe hearts and minds can be changed. We shall see.
At least on an individual scale.
That I agree with. I think it will be much harder to change the Empire as a whole. It is large.
It certainly has gone
Unwieldy.
downhill.
Well, I suppose that's the whole point of.
Kind of looks about the elevator in a sort of conspiratorial fashion, but
Yeah. So I've heard before, but that
I
is
don't
the
know.
whole point of our group. From what
Yeah,
they tell
typically.
us.
pats his arm where your armbands are.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you are in an order of yourself, an order of your own.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the stated goal of the guild is try to bring the empire back to its golden age.
Which I don't think any of us know what that was like.
So we're just staving off all the problems that seem to be happening more recently these days. Or at least on a good, or at least sending a creature back where it was supposed to be, where it wanted to be. I'll consider that a victory for today.
We shall toast to that.
Mm.
And hopefully not worrying about my backpack getting incinerated again.
Well, at
for a
that point,
while.
you just need some matches. I'm joking.
Yeah, that would have been a glare.
I know, she's like, I'm joking. I offered you money to buy new things, remember?
Thankfully, I don't carry much that is replaceable. And most of what I have that needed to be replaced was unaffected, so.
Most of the imported items resisted the flames a bit.
Then kind of looked at him and. So, what are you going to do about your book?
There's not much I can do at the moment, if I'm honest.
I suppose we'll have to talk to Lorraine once we get back to the guild hall.
As much as I admire her, I frankly don't think there's much she can do for me. I'm going to have to venture to one of the capitals, I think, to sort out what needs to be sorted.
Well, I think that we will need to get back to the guild hall before you can venture to the capital. I'm still on a bit of a short leash.
Do we not pass anything on the way back?
We do if you want to go through Lydiat again.
Or you could make a detour up to Carequin.
Yeah.
More I was implying just on the way if he needed to break off and deal with something. I don't think he has anything pressing back.
Oh, well, yeah, on his own, sure. That's fair.
I suppose ultimately my biggest limitation, aside from access, is frankly the cost of replacing such things. It's far beyond my current capabilities.
What sort of cost are we talking?
A not insurmountable one, but far more than I have and far more than I care to ask to receive. Frankly.
If you don't ask, then.
I was going to say, we do have some more or less group funds.
And seeing as how your spellbook was damaged defending the group, it does seem reasonable that
And he is part of the group.
that too.
Yeah, I don't mind pitching in the group in the long run too. So
More of that was meant to.
Perspective, I think the price that I would ask could feed an entire army for a year. I'm not willing to ask anyone for such amounts of money.
Okay.
I will be able to take care of it in due time, but until then, frankly, I am limited.
Hmm.
Well, that's enough getting ourselves down with all that. We're almost at the top. Join me at my home. We'll have a feast. We'll invite the community. We will tell tales of our exploits.
Very well.
We can leave
It
you in
will
the
be
side
an-
room if you really care.
how
But
are we
join
gonna
me.
tell tales
I'll join in the
that
feasting.
whole? How are we gonna tell tales if that whole spot is like a secret?
I don't think it is necessarily a secret
No,
among the
It's
community.
not a secret.
Oh, gotcha.
They don't
Okay, I
necessarily
thought certain parts
understand
of the
the
community.
relationship that we have with that place. But nonetheless, great warriors travel down to keep the depths of our mountain secure. You are among those heroes now.
okay. Nice.
Hmm.
If it wasn't for us, Kargnorak would be swarming with these beasts.
That would be terrible.
Yeah.
He sort of grabs at the medallion. And, of course, our great Roxana.
Of course.
Come,
It will be
come,
a
it'll
good
be a
way
grand
to cap
evening.
off the trip.
Oh,
A
it
good
sounds
way
great.
to cap things off before we leave.
And you do so. It's still rather
Yep.
early in the day because you basically woke up and mad dash to the exit.
We snuck a little first. But yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So you get back to the top. He offers the hospitality of his home to you. Baths are drawn, spiced with various
Yes.
herbs and balms and whatnot.
Yes.
You can take a nice fancy bath. Your clothes are cleaned, your armor polished and repaired in whatever minor ways it needs to be done. You are provided a small snack while Ogrid commands the various servant workers, paid servant workers.
Servant, not slave.
Yes. To go out and gather people and to set up the grand hall and to make a feast. And yeah, and you spend the rest of the day getting yourselves pampered and relaxed. A rather large crowd is drawn to the Cindercarn estate. A number of long tables are brought out to fill a dining hall room, and several dozen people from the community show up at the Cindercarn estate, all dressed fairly well. So it looks like this is the sort of upper crust. He's not just inviting Johnny Craghammer off the street.
We probably look pretty rough by comparison.
I mean, you spent the whole day pampering yourself and getting set up. He will, of course,
Yeah.
offer you Actually, he doesn't really have anything to offer most of you as far as better clothes, but
Yeah.
he'll do what he can
I thought-
to get your attire cleaned and maybe get it adorned in various ways real quick.
Yeah, because I did not bring the nice outfit for
Yeah.
this.
Me either. No way. Wasn't expecting fine clothes.
But he has jewelers and seamstresses and whatnot on retainer. He can call some in, and they can sort of do some quick touch-up work and make yourself look good.
For whatever it is worth to anyone, Ohmn would have politely declined any offerings of the sort.
Okay.
But given himself a quick sweat rub down and gone off to sharpen and polish his own gear.
Okay.
I wondered if that might be the case.
He invites you to use the attached, forge setup with a grindstone of his own, but you can use your own equipment if you would like. So, a grand evening is had by all. Ogrid does a great job of regaling the crowd with this story, leaving important details out and very clearly exaggerating the dramatic parts. And the crowd eats it up. They adore every minute of it. It is, I mean, the tale he tells is probably a good 2 hours long, just with all of the flowery prose and exaggeration and whatnot, dramatic pauses and reenactments and whatnot, filled with the howling and clapping and laughter and sighs and boisterous applause of all the other dwarves of the upper crust of the city. You are regaled as heroes of the dwarven people, seeing one of their ancestors, seeing a soul flame back to the Everflame where it belongs, delivering an honored dead back to its place of not rest but glorious battle in the name of its predecessors. And he really hams it up for you guys. So you got a good reputation in this city now.
Cool.
Let's try and not ruin this one.
Eventually, the evening does come to an end. He does offer to put you up in guest chambers for the evening. I assume the lot of you, maybe not Ohmn, but I'm sure everyone else is eating and drinking to their to a festive level. Maybe not getting knocked out, but I assume really enjoying the fruit of your labor at this point.
I mean, if we're gonna be treated like heroes, it'd be rude not to.
Yeah.
Oh, let's have a bit of fun with it.
We're dwarves.
Yeah, seriously. Dwarves are fun.
Ohmn, you excused yourself from all the pampering. Do you attend this feast?
I'll attend. I'm not going to shy away from hospitality. I'm just not.
Okay. The lot of you do get the attention of various dwarves who come up and boisterously ask questions and commend you on your valor and your honor and your greatness and the strength of your deeds, and ask you to regale in more detail various situations that Ogrid exaggerated and hammed up, of which I'm sure the lot of you do a rather poor job of making the story any better than Ogrid had told it.
Akila's mostly pretending.
I mean, Ander, if you want to roll a
maybe not better, but I feel like I could at least tell a good story.
roll a performance check then.
And then I
Can I do that too?
definitely didn't cast a spell and shot him with my crossbow.
Yeah.
That's what Anderson says.
Oh, you're probably not doing. Oh, that's Tolly.
I feel like at this point it's
Doing too bad.
deception, but sure, let's go
Mhm.
performance.
Ooh,
Yeah.
here's put on a
And tell a
show.
decent story.
Mhm.
So-
Unfortunately, Ander, you and Aquila in particular are not mentioned much, but you do get some heroic feats of athleticism, a good shot off with a crossbow, and can embellish a little bit to however you would manage to do so. Tali, you continue the story. You don't drive them into excitement any more than Ogrid had managed, but you maintain the level of interest and enthusiasm.
Ooh.
Eventually, the night
Except for
dies
me.
down. I assume you guys are staying here for the night.
Yeah,
Why not?
if he's offering a bed, I'll take it.
I know. It'll be quieter than the other place we were at.
Yes, it will.
Are the beds gonna be big enough?
Yeah.
They're never big enough.
I think the same thing about the bathtubs too, honestly.
They're definitely big enough.
Oh,
I mean, dwarves are shorter, but this is a really opulent place.
fair.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I mean, this guy's got California kings. He's good. Yeah.
Ooh.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So you spend the evening surrounded by the hospitality of the Cindercarn estate. You get a good night's rest. Tali, of course, you get rid of that final point of exhaustion. Everyone else
Ooh.
gets a much-needed, restful sleep. Recalling some of the more stressful points of the days before, in your dreams, but a nice, restful sleep. You wake up. The beds themselves are kind of stiff. They're really just, they are stone beds, but they have a small mattress of hay and whatnot. Doesn't bother Aquila at all. You sleep on the ground all the time.
Yeah.
But it's not like a down mattress or anything. But you get up, you can gather your stuff, and Ohmn will see you, or Ogrid will see you to the end of his estate, his actual building. And he stops and,
Well, it's certainly been a pleasure and an honor traveling with you these past couple days. Very insightful. Hope it's been likewise for you. And I hope
Very
you
much so.
enjoyed
Very.
last night. It's always good to have a celebration like that. I usually
that's
just make
fun.
up reasons to do so. Now I actually had a story.
Fair
Glad
enough.
we could give you a good one.
Well,
Yeah, I like being able to help.
come back and do it again sometime.
I
But I meant what I
suspect we
said.
will.
I meant what I said. You went out of your way to help one of ours. That's worth something.
yeah, walks a few paces over and just slams on a small brass plate, a small gong, and another dwarven servant sort of clambers out and presents him with a coin purse. A coin purse that itself is rather nice looking, made of very fine leather. What looks like actual like gold wire rope that is used to tie it shut.
I meant what I said. This it's not a terribly high amount, but I think you deserve something. Maybe enough to pay for that small army's meal you need. It's not often I meet people like you and get to make a difference like that.
It was good
So,
meeting you as well.
It's well worth it.
He tosses the coin purse at one of you.
Uh,
All right.
well, since Kill's usually the one handling the money.
Yeah.
Your praise and camaraderie are payment enough. And it just sort of bows slightly.
nods in your direction, and again goes for another one of those Spartan arm handshakes, which you previously declined.
I'll give it to him this time.
All right, you slam your hands together, and that's more like it, big guy. All right.
And not that you're not obviously capable of taking care of yourself and anything that comes your way, but if you ever need help with anything,
Oh, I'll let you know.
kind of.
You
Indeed.
know who to call.
All right.
What's Ascension?
Well, us specifically, I think.
Well,
Too. I mean, if you want to spread the word of the People's Ascension, you know, we are always looking for more members, so.
well, I couldn't said it any better than I did last night.
Indeed.
True. That was quite the story.
Glad you enjoyed it. It's an art.
It is one I'm not skilled in.
Well,
And that say our goodbye.
Yeah.
wish you well on your journeys.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, he goes and shakes the hand of each of you as you are led out of the cavern that is the rest of his estate. And unless you have any further business here in Kargnorak, you can go get your wagon and head on back.
Let's go.
Yeah, I don't think we had anything else.
Do want to check how much we just got from him? You know,
Okay.
once we're away
how
from
much did
him.
we just get?
Well, because it seems rude to check it while he's there.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Yeah.
So it's like once we're away from him, it's like check what we got.
Yeah, so you can head down to where you hitched your cart and stabled your horses. There is no fee for that, as has been taken care of by the Cindercarn estate. Your horses have
Nice.
been cleaned and well fed. Your cart has been repaired from minor damage, cleaned up. One of the wheels has been replaced because it was getting kind of loose. You're provided a small feed sack for both of your horses and set on your way.
Yeah, let's not fuck this relationship up.
What did you say this one's
this
name
guy's
was,
nice.
Dolly?
The what?
What did you say this one's name was? Ohmn says, stroking the mane of one of the horses.
Depends which one.
Do you remember your horses' names?
I do.
One of them was Akila's brother's name. The other one's name was
No.
Apple, I believe.
No, Kapua is her younger sister's name.
Sister's name.
Yeah, the dog was named
Or-
after her brother. The Blink dog was named after her brother.
Yes, that's what it was.
Yeah. Yeah, the big
think that was
draft
his
horse is Kapua. Because that was the one we got in race.
Yes.
The other one is Apple.
Well, let's be off then.
All right. It'll take you most of the day to get through the tunnel leading from Kargnorak out to Untimed Tor. But in one of the rest stops you take along the way, you can get out and pour out the bag of gold. And it is 1,300 gold.
Ooh.
Actually, most of it is platinum
Yeah.
because
Ooh.
it's really just a sack of gold or a sack of platinum. And I said coin pouch, which people think like, but it's really like it was. Yeah.
Coin bag.
Kind of like the
Some gold, mostly platinum, but it's a heavy sack of coin.
it's a bit like the dice bag I made for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I should have carved him something. Dang it.
Well, you can always send them a present later.
Yeah, I might do that.
Okay. So, unless there's any particular errands you want to do in Untimed Tor or any of the other places on your way back to Duepon, we will flash forward 9 days as you arrive back in your hometown.
Yeah. Ooh, hub.
Unless there is anything you want to do along this journey.
No.
The whole point of this was taken care of, so yeah.
Yeah.
I know, it's like I
Back
want to get
and
back
forth.
We're
to
good.
the consequences of my actions.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, for once we actually had a resounding success on one of our missions.
Oh my
Yeah.
god,
Yeah.
yeah.
No,
Without
as
any,
far as I
like,
can tell,
serious
no real.
damage.
Yeah.
Oh god, no. Ugh. Does everybody survive?
Yep.
I don't think there's
no
anything
left.
that will come back to bite us later.
No,
Well,
let's not even think about that part. This
I mean-
was a success.
normally we don't have a 100% our goal was accomplished. There's always something that didn't quite make it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something that went wrong.
Or innocents that were unrelated were hurt in some way, something
Yeah.
along those lines.
Yeah. It's like this time it's like, no, we actually succeeded.
What day is it when we make it back to Duepon?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
It is. Now that I printed out my map.
Ooh.
It is the 13th of Shoal.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Which is a... I don't know. What day is that
It's a Mine.
of the week?
Mm-hmm.
Amine. Cool.
The not the previous night, but the 3 nights beforehand, there was no moon in the sky. Mina
Oh.
was sleeping, taking the few nights of respite that she sings herself to sleep in the night sky.
Oh, the drowsing, right?
The drowsing. But eventually, to everyone's
Yes.
adulation, her eye begins to wink open a few days later, and the far ones, or I should say the primordials, are continued to be lulled asleep, and Eos is not torn asunder.
I just love that bit of the
Ooh.
mythology.
For now.
Good job,
For now.
Mine.
Can't last forever.
Mm-hmm.
There's a cult out there specifically trying to ensure it doesn't.
Yep.
Okay. So you arrive back in Duepon.
Is that an action verb on us thing? Or do you
Yeah.
have something else?
It can be.
I can never,
It was a
I
pause
can
in
never
case
tell
there
if
was
you have
a-
more to say or...
Yeah.
I know.
Mhm.
I know. I'm the same way. I can never tell.
Well, I guess at the very least, me and Aquila probably should check back in with Regina.
Yeah, we should probably report.
Gina, we're back!
Make your way
Hi,
into the guild
Guild
hall.
Mom.
Tali exclaims out for Regina.
It went well. No one died.
She, her office door is open as usual, and she comes up from behind her desk now with a much smaller stack of paper on it. Nonetheless, still some. Let's see if I can do anything resembling Regina's voice after Ogrid.
Yeah, fair.
I did get you a souvenir.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm going to hand her the paperweight.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Right. Which remind me again. That was a sphere, a polished stone sphere with dwarven
Yeah.
sort of runic
Carvings in it.
Yeah. Oh, well. Thank you very much. I'll put it to good use. I'm sure. And she looks amongst your group. Well, I suppose that's good enough segue. You just walked in the door. You've been traveling for a while. Get the rest you need. Tend to yourself. We should have a conversation. And she looks amongst the group and then lingers on Aquila. And then over to Ohmn. And then back over to Ander.
Yeah, I was waiting for that one.
We'll talk.
Yeah. All
Yeah.
right.
Guess I'll take
Go
the
to
route.
my things.
Yep.
All right.
Oh yeah, has his room been repaired?
Yes, Andrew, you can go up to your room, and your room has been more or less repaired. What do we have here? Passive perceptions. Aquila, you have a high passive perception.
Yeah. 3.
As you go upstairs to your room, you notice that there is one of the doors leading into another one of the standard rooms has a name plaque on it that reads Dr. Talon.
Ooh.
Is that name familiar in any way?
No.
Okay.
My passive perception is
But
15. Did I notice that too?
Sure. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. So you set yourselves down for a little bit and take a rest, gather your thoughts. I'm gonna leave it up to you guys how you want to report into the people you need to report into.
I'm gonna proceed straight to Lorraine.
Okay.
I know I should probably go to Stavica.
Let's start with Ohmn and Lorraine.
Yeah.
Lorraine, of course, is in her library, as she always is. Again, not really using the office space that has been assigned to her. She's just out on one of the main tables, surrounded by her books. She has a few of them piled up, a couple notepads spread about the table that she seems to be doing some work on. She lifts her head in your direction as you walk in. Her porcelain skin, her long, blonde, almost glistening hair falls back out of her face as she rises. Glistening blue eyes. Angelic woman. And she greets you in her normal sing-songy, sweet voice. Ohmn, it's good to see you again. I'm glad to have you back. How was your journey?
I suppose I will keep this short. I don't mean to intrude on you. It was...
No, come in. She moves a chair out across from her, presumably with mage hand. The chair just moves out from under the table, and as it does, the door closes.
Sort of look at the chair skeptically for a second, and gingerly sit myself upon it, setting my bag of things down upon the ground.
There's an uncomfortable creak as you put your weight on it, but it holds.
It was an eventful journey, at least in the midway points.
A successful one? You saw that fire elemental back to its plane?
Yes, I suppose if that was the desired outcome, then yes, that was a success. I'm still unsure that was the correct path to take, but...
It is almost a shame to lose such a valuable arcane object. We could have learned a lot from its binding process and the state of the fire plane, the nature of those creatures, but I can see where Ander comes from. How was that?
as I said, I wanted to cut to the chase. Just pull the spell book from my side and indicate to the missing pages and the burn damage.
Yeah, she lets out an audible gasp as her eyes go wide and her mouth goes slack.
I realize now.
Suella, have mercy! What happened there?
Unfortunately, in traveling to a volcano, I took a considerable amount of damage from a fire-breathing construct and was unable to protect my spellbook.
Now, by fire breathing, that's not as important right now. Do you?
I use
sure that was...
minor illusion to sort of conjure up an image of what this thing looked like as best as I can. I've never seen anything of its like before. This was the best approximation of a name that I could come up with. I believe our contact there called it a... what was it again? A catcher? But this catcher was possessed by a crazed fire spirit.
Right. Like the one you just brought back to that very place?
I don't think they were on the same level, necessarily.
Okay.
Although, as with everything, I'm still hung up on why we didn't just vanquish the creature to begin with. But
I mean, that would have been even more of a waste. You can see she casts a minor spell and waves her hand over a blank page of one of her notebooks as a almost Xerox replica of the minor illusion you created now appears on the page. Well, I mean, I suppose at the very least it's inside a volcano. Can't do much more harm. She kind of just trails off.
I was skeptical as well when it didn't immediately increase in size and turn to face us as a combatant. I was slightly
Well, there's
relieved.
that. Yeah, that's certainly a good sign.
More to the point, what do I need to... how do I go about replacing what I have lost?
You don't have another one of these.
I've lived my entire life since leaving my homeland on the move. Even if I had another, it would have been on my person, so I felt no need to replicate such a thing. Nor have I had the means to do such.
Right. We should work on that. Suella, this is a mess.
Yes.
Leans forward and starts flipping through it if you'll let her.
Yeah, I mean, it's all in cipher.
Yeah,
So-
she can't read any of it.
I mean, she could, technically.
She probably could.
She would either need a spell or to... There is actually a thing for this. Hang on.
Spend time deciphering it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is not even the right character sheet. Yeah, I mean, she would need to succeed on a DC 19 intelligence check.
And I would say that would take time studying it regardless.
I imagine as well.
Yes. So she's not necessarily trying to peer into your private spell book. She's just looking at all the damage that this has incurred. Because it was a large, like, homemade tome of wood and pelts and thin animal leather paper. And more than half of it's gone and singed and destroyed. Okay, well, do you remember what you lost? Because that's the easiest thing to replace.
Correct. Some of it. Not all of it.
Okay.
I imagine for what I cannot remember, there are practices and protocols in place. I must admit, my mentor made a case argument at the office in Race, where I began my training. Frankly, he did most of the negotiations for me while I was there. I understand some of the protocols necessary to regaining what was lost, but if you could assist me, I would be...
Of course. Well, I have a small stockpile of the inks that would inks and whatnot that would need to be used.
Yes, is there someone in town, perhaps, that could sell me such reagents?
She thinks for a second and puts her hand up to her face and just kind of sighs. Well, there is Milzer.
Yeah.
But he's kind of hit or miss. Usually
We love
miss.
We've had hits every time.
I suppose the other option would be to travel to one of the capitals.
Carquin's the closest. You can make that in a couple days and be easy enough. You should have a conversation with Regina and the rest of your group about, I suppose, your place in the guild.
Of course.
Because we can negotiate some discounts for easily obtainable resources. It could help. She kind of looks down at her armband and back over to you. In the meantime, if there's something simple enough that you want to make sure you get down, I have some you could use. What did you... She shrugs, not wanting to try to decipher. What did you what do you need back?
So, to cut a long conversation short.
Yeah.
I need the problem being a war mage is I need 5 first level spells and 2 second level spells.
Okay.
Of which 3 first level spells I no longer have access to.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, 2 first level spells and 1 second level spell I no longer have access to.
Okay. Do you explain the spells you are missing?
Yeah, in as much detail as
Okay.
is necessary.
I could. One of those spells is Find Familiar, right?
Correct.
Yeah. She stops and I can help with that. She gets off and scurries away. Her long sort of white silk dress wafting across the tile. Comes back, swaying angelically, and sits down. And yeah, she pulls out her own spell book, one that looks much more like a more usual tome, leather-bound tome, with various embroiders of gold and silver and whatnot. Flips it open to a page, closes it, runs back to her, or glides back to her office. Kind of looks over her shoulder and then shrugs her head as she just left her spellbook there. Comes back with a vial of sort of glittery ink and a quill. Comes over and turns the book over to you and flips through. And she does have Find Familiar. As it obviously conjures a different familiar, and I like to think Find Familiar is a much more personal spell because you're drawing on a specific familiar. But nonetheless, it's enough for you to sort of reverse engineer how you would need to cast Find Familiar.
Not to interrupt, have we seen her familiar?
I
don't believe so.
No?
I don't think so either. I was okay.
Pretty
Okay.
sweet.
I
You've
didn't know
never
that one.
mentioned it.
Okay.
I was just curious what it was, honestly.
It's not a cat.
I thought I described it. I may have described it, but it might not have been in context.
Okay.
I know you've described, and I'm going to kick myself for not remembering this, the Deid lady's familiar.
Yeah, that was like a
Yeah,
bull sparrow or something.
a pigeon, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or a dove.
Oh yeah, Corinne.
Corinne.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
It was not a dove. It was particularly a pigeon.
Okay, I was right first time.
Much more unassuming. Yep.
Dove's just a fancy pigeon.
So you can spend the next, I think it costs an hour or so, and she's providing the fancy ink. So this spell is free. She's going to let you copy that down.
It's a freebie.
Fair. However, I do have a destroyed spellbook in which I would probably not copy any more spells into.
Okay.
So require acquiring a new such tome.
So you want to rewrite your entire spellbook?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's going to take a trip to Carequin.
Yeah.
Okay.
But hey, you got that one
Okay.
spell that you can sort of.
Well, when you get that settled, come back. I'll help you again.
Yeah. So for me, if it helps you at all, Jack, in my headcanon,
Mm-hmm.
everything else about that my current spellbook is gone except for the spells that I didn't lose.
I imagined you had a few like tattered other pieces of paper that you could put things on, because a spellbook is a whole big thing, and you lost 75% of it, and you only have so many spells. So there would be some paper left over, but I can definitely see wanting to rewrite the entire spellbook because it will not be enough to contain all of the spells if you continue on your current trajectory and yada yada. Plus, it's destroyed. So, yeah. Okay. Is that the extent of the conversation you wanted to have with Lorene?
Yep, that is it.
Yeah.
She presses more about the happenings. I'm not going to deny her information, but
Okay.
this is what is first and foremost in Ohmn's mind.
Yeah. Well, Regina will call me in when you do your whole report situation. I almost hate to ask you. You did mention some concerns about Ander when you left. Concerns we all kind of have now. How was he with all this? What's his idea?
Do I gain any insight into how she phrased that? Does it seem perhaps that Regina has informed her? Obviously, I wouldn't know that Regina knows. Well, no, I do know that. Yes, would I know that Regina has informed her of Ander?
Make an insight check.
Okay. Nice.
No idea.
Oh, that's not funny, but it's funny.
You know that she is a very pretty woman. Maybe not to your caliber, but yeah, you can't read her. She's just even with her brow furrowed and suspiciously questioning to whatever degree it may be. It's hard to peer past such an angelic face to find any to pierce that shell.
Cool. Can I come back to that while I figure out what I am going to do? Because I still haven't gotten there yet.
Sure. Yeah. We are actually coming up to time. I know, Akila, you said you wanted to have a conversation with Stavika. Do we want to do that right now?
We can try, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, you can go up to Stavika's room because she is there. You can go and knock on her door. Yes, I'll be right there. You can hear the tapping of a cane as she shuffles over. And then you can hear the clattering of a cane as she refuses to be seen using a cane, as she tosses it somewhere in the room. And she creaks the door open.
So there is vanity there.
Oh, it's you. She opens the door, not all the way, but enough to present all of her body and not just one crypt keeper's grandmother eye.
Yeah.
Well, you're back.
Indeed.
I should be staring at the camera.
You should be. Sorry, you're just gonna make me laugh now. Would you like to hear of how it went?
Yes. Hopefully, there is very little to say.
Mostly.
Well.
Okay. Oh, we're going to
not
do it out
inviting
here
you
in the
in.
hall?
Hmm?
I was going to say, are we going to do it out here in the hall?
She opens the door just enough to sort of push past you. And not really push past you, because she can't push past you. But
I know.
assuming you don't, stonewall her there.
No.
She, with force of presence alone, all 4'10" of her decrepit bones, willing this giant lupine woman out of the way, she closes the door just behind her and shuffles down to actually to the library.
Mm-hmm.
where presumably Ohmn and Lorene are still having a conversation. She peeks her head in, and Ohmn, you get the sense that she's about to like say something Stavika-like and shoo Lorene away, and then sees you and just lets out a sigh and slams the door.
You're goddamn right.
And
That's satisfying.
she actually takes you over to the sort of mess hall area, of which Bost and Rennek are there having a lunch. You get out. They kind of turn, and Rennek gives her a clear stink eye. Bost just kind of squints and slowly stands up, grabs Rennek, who is not moving at all, and pulls him out of the room.
Oh, I love those two. So disappointed they're not a couple.
Right. That was a conversation.
Everybody thought it.
Yep.
So disappointed.
Yes, they are not a couple. In fact, Bost is Rennick's sort of father figure, and that would be weird. That was an awkward conversation to
That
have.
would be weird.
It was, but it was hilarious.
Very awkward.
Why in the hell didn't she just have this conversation in her office? Other than she just wants to be a pain in the butt, not let Keela in.
Likewise, she notices Jordy and just kind of gives him a grunt and a wave to go back into the kitchen.
Ren's all over the place.
Rude.
Well,
Start telling her about things.
okay.
Not really talking about what Andrew did.
Okay.
But yes, she would acknowledge that she disobeyed orders and transformed. She would also give full context of why she did it.
Okay. You see her pull a small book out from her robes and open it up just enough to get her hand in there and write something down, and slams it shut and puts it back into whatever crevice she had it in. Well, the verdict's been rendered nonetheless. I wouldn't have helped you.
And what is it?
You don't have a particularly high passive insight.
That's average, I think.
Yeah, you're at 14. That's not bad.
Better than mine.
It's true.
You get the sense that there's a slight softening in one of her eyes, where you get the sense where she was going to be like, I kind of understand why, and then she shrugged off that moment of humanity.
Needs emotion.
Why do you give me such an asshole, Jack?
You really disappointed her.
Well, she's really disappointed me too.
Yep.
So we're even. But go ahead.
Well, your alpha will be here in a few days. We will discuss it then. He will be here to witness your verdict.
Witness it.
There are formalities involved in such sentences.
Hmm.
She kind of shakes her head.
That man, I don't know why he's wasted my time here. I don't know why he's wasted his time with you. But we'll see what he thinks in a few days.
She stands up and starts shuffling towards the door. And
I think that's a good place to stop, with Aquila with a clear scowl on her face, a slight twitch in her
Cliffhanger.
nose as her snout almost elongates in a lupine form, barely holding back her.
He's going to kill that
Yeah,
woman.
yep.
Consider it a test. It's a test.
It clearly is. On some level. Whether it's Jack's test or her test, I don't know. Or it could be both.
Okay.
It could be the Alpha's test.
Yeah.
So, that's I think that's where we're gonna end it.
Cool.
Okay, so that was an interesting episode. We'll pick up next time with the remainder of this half of the downtime. That sort of mini adventure was sort of inserted in the middle of the downtime that we were originally planning to have. I think we got through it at a pretty reasonable pace. Pretty good pace, considering.
Especially for us.
Yeah. So we'll handle the second half of our downtime next week, which should be aside from Aquila's immediate resolution, should be less heavy than the first half of the downtime.
Oh, that doesn't help.
Maybe. So we have a lot of things that I know you guys have planned to do. Individually, and I think together, either with each other or with other members of the guild hall. So join us next week when we figure out...
When Aquila kills an old woman.
Yeah, when we figure out what Aquila's sentence is, and if she's going to tear an old crotchety lady limb from limb. Because that's sure to help her cause. See,
Make her feel better in the short term.
yeah, we'll see what verdict Ander has in store, rendered by Regina and Lorene. And we'll see if...
And possibly Ohmn.
And possibly Ohmn, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
My
important in this
fate
too.
hinges on a number of people.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
And I don't even know who all of them are at the moment.
Yep. Ohmn has a very important report to give. And of course, the debriefing as a whole to Regina, which is almost certainly going to include Lorene and probably Stavika at this point.
Of course.
So we'll have hopefully...
Why would I get to escape her there?
We'll have hopefully a concise series of administrative conversations during the next episode, and see what each of you would like to spend the next few weeks of downtime doing. I know everyone has some interesting plans, and then we'll kick off the start of our next true story arc. You guys know what this is, but nobody else does. So
Yeah.
We know the basic
yes, you know the
premise
the
of what we're going. We don't know any details.
Yeah. So join us next week, where things are going to start out tense and only go up from there.
Yay!
We will be meeting...
Camping.
So
all that means is that we're going camping.
Yep, you're going camping. That is true.
I get it.
Camping.
Tense.
There will be some very interesting visitors and new arrivals to the guild next episode. I'm really looking forward to next episode. I was thinking we might be able to squeeze some of it in today. Not that that's a problem. But next episode is going to be chock full of some pretty cool stuff, I think. So stay tuned for that.
And remember, with Andrew's skill set, it's not camping, it's clamping.
I don't think I've heard that before.
Glamping? Glamour
Okay,
camping?
glamping. I thought you said
Yeah.
quamping. Like, what is a Q
no,
W
glamping.
quamp? Okay.
Glamping.
Glamping.
And then I thought clamping, like clamps.
The clamp.
Clamps.
Give him the clamps!
Give him the clamps.
Give him the clamps!
Okay. Yes.
Christian just
the-
shaking her head.
The
shaking his head at
glamorous
us.
resort that
An hour?
is Anders' inky void bubble.
I mean,
Is
yeah,
it-
but comparatively it
It's
is.
not refuge.
Yes, that was such a great
Uh,
suggestion.
what was Christian saying?
Zadok's hospitals.
Right.
Sorry, you
yeah.
go ahead.
Zadok's, what was it? Zadok's hospitable snot bubble or something? Yeah.
Yeah. It was perfect. It was beautiful.
Okay.
We already call it the bubble.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
Okay, so my voice is absolutely shot. If you couldn't tell,
Mm.
I think I eventually got back down to a softer tone that made Lorene not sound ridiculous. Not that I'm the best at voices. I do what I can.
Only so much you can
Yeah.
do.
So
Yeah, none of us are professional actors.
yeah, that's the charm. That's the draw. This is the real stuff. This is real gameplay here. I was gonna say real tabletop, but we're not around a table. One day,
Oh.
hopefully.
One day.
One day. I miss.
Look, it can't
I miss
last
minis
forever,
and
damn it.
dice. Yeah, you say that.
It can't. I mean, even the Black Death
Oh,
didn't last forever.
Okay. Yeah. So I think we're gonna wrap it up there. Yeah. For those of you that are patrons, we'll be releasing an after show in the coming days. If not, check that out. We got some really cool stuff over there. Various shout outs we can do, after shows, extra lore dumps, interviews, sort of one-on-one, a lot of extra things that will be posted to Patreon when we start getting some support there and some interest there. Likewise, Discord. More people who join Discord, the more that's going to show up there, and I have a lot of really cool lore stuff that I'm waiting to drop. So look forward to that. So I think we're gonna stop. We're gonna have our after show and go over all of that. I'm sure a number of these people have some strong words for me. So catch them on our after show. Swing by Patreon and sign up for our after show so you can hear them
Where
give
we
me
all
a hard
collectively
time.
curse out Jack.
Yep. Okay, the only other thing I'll add is, like I said in the beginning, if you would like some cyberpunk to go with the fantasy you just had, check me out on Wednesday over on ELH Mark 1's channel, ELHMK1. It's as simple as that.
Is it this coming Wednesday?
I believe it is this coming Wednesday. That is currently the plan. I will post on Twitter if that plan changes, but as far as I know, that is the plan. It'll be our opening episode of Cyberpunk Red, where I will be playing a Netrunner. I'm really excited. I'm so excited.
Shocking
Yeah,
that this is
shocking.
what
I'm
Jack's
excited
playing.
to watch.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun to watch too.
I know. I want to
Awesome.
see it.
Yeah.
I might have to watch the VOD because I'll be working
Right,
during your show
right.
time.
Much shorter show. That one's looking like 2 to 3 hours. Not the epics that I put on for whatever crazy insane reason I got in my
I mean,
mind.
to be fair, we also didn't really want you to shorten them either.
Yeah, that's true.
It wasn't just you.
We already shortened them by an hour. We used to do 6-hour games, now we do 5. Anyway, I'm rambling at this point. Check me out on Wednesday. I will be posting that to Twitter and to our Discord if you want to stop by there. So check us out. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell people about the stories that we tell. A few people commented last week that they really enjoyed last episode, so I hope I kept that rolling. Let me know if you liked this. You can do so by going to YouTube and actually liking it. Or just hop by Discord and hang out. I'd like to grow a community. Anyway, check us out, tell your friends, and we're gonna sign off, and I'm going to rest my tired voice. Maybe.
And then you're going to talk
And then
more.
I'm going to talk more. All right. Thanks for joining us. It's been great. I had a lot of fun this episode. I'm continuing to have a blast with this whole series and this whole streaming endeavor. So I really enjoy the support that you show just by showing up and watching. And I know we have a number of regular viewers. So thank you for hanging out with our shenanigans. All right. We will be signing off. Catch you next week for another exciting episode of The People's Ascension.